Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Fell in Love with Yoruichi Shihōin Bleach Part 1. Before we start, please go support marioiale for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Chapter 1. Naruto Uzumaki, 14 years old with blonde hair, blue eyes, orange, wearing jinchuriki for the Q.Bi no Kitsune, sat on the desk next to Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno after accidentally being pulled into a kiss from behind towards Sasuke, and now Chunin instructor Irika was reading out the team names. Irika said, "The instructor for Team 6 will be Genma. Now Team 7 will be Naruto Uzumaki. And this is weird, according to this Naruto, you have to meet your other two teammates and the instructor at the Hokage's office." Naruto looked confused as everyone looked at him, and he stood up and headed towards the door. Irika said, "Now, as I was saying, teammate will be Q.Bi, Hinata, and Shino under Kurina Yuhi. Team 9, which is still in service from last year, will have Q.Bi added to that team to replace a member who transferred out. Now Team 10 will be Choji, Shikamaru, and Ino." At this point, Sakura and Ino, who were having brain farts, stepped back and said at the same time, "Wait, what's wrong with Sasuke Kaien?" Irika paled at their shouts and said, "Well, it says here that Sasuke is to be taken as an apprentice. Now everyone, your instructors will be here after lunch, and Sasuke, if I were you, I'd get a book to read." As he left, Naruto approached the Hokage's secretary, who smiled at him like one of the few who liked him and said, "The Hokage is waiting to see you, Naruto, come in." Naruto nodded and walked over to the door and opened it before walking in, and the third looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, it's good to see you got my message. Sorry to keep you from the academy, but you see I was asked by two different people to be placed on a partner-trained team under them, and after much debate I agreed. Your team has already gotten everything you'll need from your apartment, and it's waiting for you at the front gates. I asked you to come here before you met them because the two that asked for you are both very skilled fighters, even if they don't look like it. I also got this scroll for you with some jutsu for you to work on while you're gone," Naruto said. "Wait, what do you mean he left, and who are my teammates?" the third said. "Naruto, for the next 9 months you and your team will be leaving on a secret training trip. Even I don't know where you are going, but both men are trustworthy and have treated you well over the years. You won't be returning until then. In fact, you will only be back for the Chunin exams, and then you will probably be gone again." Naruto was surprised and said, "But what about my apartment and my friends? I am old ramen. I won't see you all, and I won't be able to eat Ichiroka ramen." "Why?" The third sighed and remained silent for several moments, then said, "Because you're going to learn about your parents." As he sat down in his chair, Naruto froze and with wide eyes whispered, "My parents," the third said. "The two men that are going to be your senseis are probably the only two besides Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and I that know who they were. I wasn't supposed to tell you until your 16th birthday, but both men told me that if I didn't give in to their demands to have you on their team, they would kidnap you and take you far away from Konoha, never to return, because they are sick and tired of the way you've been treated. They waited until now because before now the council could have stopped them and you, but now that you're a ninja you fall under my control and not the council's, so I really had no choice in the matter. I'm sorry for lying to you about them before, but because of who they were your life would have been in more danger than having Q.Bi in you." Naruto gulped and asked, "Who were they?" "I guess by speaking in the past tense you're dead," the third nodded and said. "The two men who will be taking you on this journey will tell you who Naruto was. That was the final request because they know more about your parents than I do. They want you to know everything, so they asked me not to tell you." Naruto looked down and said, "Do you really trust these men?" the third said. "Yes. If they were like Mizuki, over the years they had more opportunities to hurt you if they wanted to, but they never did. I trust them." Naruto nodded and looked at the third and said, "Thanks for finally telling me a little about my parents. At least I know the reason they're not here now is because they're dead." The third sighed as he stood up and walked over to Naruto and wrapped him in a hug and said, "Now Naruto, please listen to them carefully and do as they say. I promise you everything will be okay. I care about you like I do Konohamaru, so hurry back." Naruto, who had tensed up for a moment when he was hugged, finally broke and hugged the Sandaime back. Several minutes later, He broke free and smiled a real smile, saying, "Don't worry, old man. When I get back, I'll take that hat of yours. Believe me." As he pumped his fist in the air, the third said, "I hope so, I really do, Naruto. Now here is the scroll I told you I made for you. It has about 20 jutsu for you to learn, and I think they will help you a lot. You better go. I don't want to keep your team waiting any longer," Naruto asked. "How will I know who they are and who my teammates are?" the third said. "Just follow your nose. You'll find them. As for your teammates, that's a surprise," Naruto grumbled and said. "Well, I better go, damn it. I don't have time for any ramen." The third shook his head and said, "You couldn't get any ramen anyway. You left your wallet at your apartment this morning, but your team has it. Good luck, Naruto." Naruto's eyes were wide open and he screamed, "And oh, Gamakan CY, old man." As he ran out of the office, the third thought as he watched Naruto leave, "I hope I made the right decision. Neither of those two men are ninja, but they are just as deadly as Minato and Kushina. Some called them the 6 deadly sins because of their abilities. To think the last two are taking their children to learn their fighting style. Minato, the yellow flash, brains and speed; Kushina, the red death, most powerful sword skills with the ability to heal any wound almost as well as Tsunade. Dustin, the Arctic dragon, can turn any battlefield into an Arctic tundra in the spiciest of desserts. His wife Emi, the mystic mage, able to summon weapons out of thin air. Tuchi, strong arms, said to be able to rip a man to shreds with her bare hands. And last but not least, Isis, Kami archer, said to be able to hit a target a mile away with holy arrows that would literally travel around any obstacle. Sai back to the paperwork, as he took out a piece of paper and said, "Request for Naruto Uzumaki to be placed on the team with Hatake Kakashi denied." As Naruto approached the gates, he saw the 2 guards were in the guardhouse, and both were 2 chunins that Naruto liked, and said, "Hey guys, what are you doing this time for guard duty?" Both men looked at Naruto, and one with a bandage on his face said, "Hey Naruto, this time I was trying to put rat poison in a fish for Tora." Naruto shuddered at that name and said, "I swear that cat is Q.Bi reincarnated. I mean, come on, how the hell can that cat do so much damage to Genin, Chunin, Jounin, and not die from all the attacks?" the other said. "I think you're right, Naruto," a voice said. "No, cats are smarter than everyone thinks." Causing the 3 to look towards where the voice was, and Naruto said, "Hey, old man, what are you doing here?" the man said. "From now on, Naruto, you will call me Tuchi-sensei. As you already know my daughter, I am your first teammate." Naruto's eyes were wide open, and both Chunin were shocked to learn who Tuchi from the ramen stand was, as they dealt with him once and left with empty wallets. I am smiled and said, "Hello, Naruto-kun," another voice said. "Dad, what's going on? Why did you pull me from my team and pack everything into our tent?" From a bun-haired girl wearing a chino shirt, looking at a man who looked to be the same age as Tuchi with his arms crossed and eyes closed, and said, "It's a long story, you'll find out when we reach our destination. It's good to see you again, Naruto. I know it's been a few years since you last saw me, but my name is Dustin, and from now on your second sensei. Next to me is your third teammate, my daughter, Tenten. I have all your stuff and scrolls on me, so don't worry about it. It's good to see you again, Wookie. If you can't get the joke, watch Star Wars Episode 4 and remember Tuchi's description," Tuchi said, just like Sage Frosty. As they both smiled before locking arms in a firm grip, everyone looked confused, and one of the 2 chunins asked, "What's going on here?" "What do you mean, senseis?" Tuchi sighed and took out a scroll and said, "Here are the official orders from the Hokage. Team 7 is going on a long-term training trip to an undisclosed location. As for the sensei part, Dustin and I are fighters trained in ancient fighting styles that the Hokage decided would be best passed down before us so that they don't get lost. Naruto, I am, and Tenten are going to be trained in those styles. Now if you'll excuse us, we have a long journey ahead of us." As he walked out the door, I am shook her head and walked over to Naruto and said, "Come on, Naruto-kun. I don't know what's going on either." "Dad said he'd explain once we got to our destination," Dustin said. "You heard her, Tenten, let's go." As he quickly walked towards Tuchi, and then, to the surprise of the 3 teenagers behind them, started going down the road at speeds no civilian could match. The three teens quickly caught up to the two men, and Naruto looked at Ayam a little surprised, and she saw the look and said, I may not have gone to the academy, but I know how to use chakra, and Dad makes me run all of our deliveries under time limits. If I get to a house in 12 minutes today there and back, the next time I deliver there I'll have to be back in 11.5 minutes. I can outrun Lee and Guy in a mile dash, however I don't have super stamina like they do. My speed is way underpowered. Tenten was wide-eyed at this and said, No way. Naruto blinked and said, You know fuzzy eyebrows and super fuzzy eyebrows. Tenten snickered and said, Yeah, they were my teammates. How do you know them? Naruto said. Well, Guy showed me a trick about a year ago to help me figure out what was wrong with one of my pranks. He showed me that speed was the problem I had. Dustin smiled as he listened to them talking as he ran and said, Naruto, I want you to think about what to say later. Before Tucci or I tell you and the others about what's really going on or who your parents were, Naruto, you'll have to tell both Ayam and Tenten the truth about your entire life. Naruto was pale and wide-eyed, and Tucci said, He's right, Naruto. There will be no secrets on this team. Ayam, Tenten, you both will also have to tell Naruto everything about your lives. You're going to know each other inside and out better than some husbands and wives know their spouses, so think about how and what to say. We have about 4 hours of tour before we board a ship. From now on, I'm not your father anymore, I'm Tucci-sensei, and the same goes for you, Tenten, with Dustin. The rest of this trip will be in silence, but I want everyone to pay attention to your surroundings and think about what to say next. Naruto sighed to himself and thought, Why do I have to tell them about Q.Bi? For the next 4 hours they arrived at a small boating village, and Tucci guided them through the village, and they approached a shack near the docks, and a man with tattoos on his arms of a dancing woman said, Hey Tucci, what can I do for you and Dustin? Tucci said. Hey Rain, it's been a long time. You still have Goldrunner. Rain smiled and said, Yes, you do. Tucci nods, and Rain went into his shack and came back with a scroll as he walked down the dock and bit his thumb and wiped the blood through a seal on the scroll and tossed the scroll into the water, and a puff of smoke covered the area. Into the water, and then a 50-foot-long yacht appeared. Dustin said, Thanks, Rain. We'll be back in less than a year. Come on, kids, let's go. As he climbed into the boat. Chapter 2. Once everyone was aboard, Tucci headed to the bridge and started the engine before the ship put out to sea. After a while, when land was no longer visible, he turned to rejoin the others and was wide-eyed at what he saw sitting there. A few minutes later he returned to where the others were sitting, and Tucci said, All right, everyone, it's time to count everything. Which of you 3 kids wants to go first? Naruto gulped, and Tenten said, Well, I will, I guess. My name is Tenten, my father is Dustin, my mother's name was Emmy, but she died during the Q.Bi attack. My family owns a weapon shop called Wolf Claw Weapon Shop. At 15 years old, I was the best female ninja in my class, and I've been a genin for a year under Guy-sensei with my teammates Rock Lee and Niji Hyuga. My dream for the future is to show that women are just as good as men, just like my idol Tsunade-sama. I'm a long-range weapons specialist. Dustin nods, and Tucci shot a look at Dustin, who mouthed later, and Ayam said, My name is Ayam, I'm 16 years old, I was never a ninja nor did I go to the academy. My father is Tucci and my mother's name was Isis. She also died in the Q.Bi attack. My family owns a small ramen restaurant. My dreams for the future are to one day start a family like my parents wanted. Now it was Dustin's turn to look at Tucci, and shook his head and said, Alright Naruto, it's your turn. Naruto gulped and saw everyone looking at him, and then he saw something out of the corner of his eye and looked and noticed a black cat, and after looking at it for several moments he said, My name is Naruto Uzumaki, I am 14 years old. I was born the day the Q.Bi attacked. I lived in an orphanage until I was 4 when I was kicked out. I lived on the streets for a month when the 3rd Hokage found me and gave me my own apartment. I recently graduated from the academy. Tucci sighed and said, Naruto, you do it or I do it. Tenten and Ayam looked confused, and Naruto kept looking at the cat, who was sitting near the corner where no one could see it besides him, and looked down in front of him, and said, Can it wait? I'm a little thirsty, Tucci said. Sure. Naruto stood up and walked to where he saw the cat a few moments before and turned the corner looking at the doors that led to the rooms inside the ship. As he left, Tucci said, "Quickly, everyone follow me and be quiet." Tenten and Ayam looked confused, but Dustin started to follow them and both girls got up and followed their parents to the opposite side of the ship, and then Naruto walked towards him. Tucci opened a door and the four of them entered. Dustin asked after the door closed. "What's up, Tucci?" Tucci said. "The cats are here." Naruto saw her and is following her. "Girls, this is the ship's security room. It has video cameras for every room except the bedrooms. I want you to watch and listen to this to find out what's really going on. I promise this should answer most of your questions." Both girls looked at their parents and Tenten sighed as she looked at the monitors and said, "Yours, Naruto," pointing at one. They watched as Naruto walked into the ship's galley and looked around and said, "Damn, I guess it was just my imagination. I guess the Hokage was right." As he walked over to the sink and grabbed a glass from a shelf and brought her some water. As he drank, the door behind him slowly closed. Naruto heard the door click behind him and turned around and saw that the door was closed. He walked over to it and tried to open it, but it wouldn't open. He tried pushing his body against it several times and it didn't work. A voice said, "I closed the door." Making Naruto jump and look around, he said, "Who's there?" A cat popped out from behind a small islander and jumped onto the counter before turning to him and saying, "It's been a while, Naruto." Inside the security room, both Tenten and Ayam were wide-eyed, and Ayam said, "The cat spoke." In a stutter, Tenten asked, "Is that cat a summon?" While looking at her dad, Dustin said, "No, just watch and calm down. I promise you, a cat talking will be the least of your surprises." Both girls turned to look as Naruto stuttered. "Yoruichi. Is that you?" the cat said. "How rude. How many other talking cats do you know?" Naruto slowly walked up to the cat and said, "When I told the Hokage about you, he said it was my imagination." Yoruichi sighed and said, "He did it because you were 4 and he thought it was because you were hungry. I mean, technically you lived on the streets for a month after the orphanage kicked you out," Naruto said. "Yes, I remember that was when I first met you. You found me and took me to an abandoned building and then brought me bread, cooked fish, and other things to eat. It was during the middle of winter, and there was snow everywhere. I would have died if it weren't for you," Yoruichi said. "I know. I see you're still using what I taught you." Naruto shuddered at this and said, "How can you know?" Back in the security room, the four people were curious about this and Dustin and Tucci thought, "How come I never knew they knew each other before?" At the same time, Yoruichi's face began to sweat drop and she said, "Because I taught you to. Why are you acting stupid, Naruto? I know you're much smarter than this." Naruto's eyes looked down and said, "I guess I've been acting for so long that I forgot who I really am. I mean, when you taught me this, you told me that if I acted stupid and weak, people would stop hurting me. I guess I've done that for the past 10 years and forgot it was all an act." Yoruichi sighed and said, "Well, why don't you start showing who you really are?" Naruto looked at the cat and said, "I don't know how," Yoruichi said. "Well, start with me. See yourself as you really are again." Naruto's eyes flicked over and he said, "I haven't done that since I started using it. I don't even know what I look like anymore, are you sure? I mean, what if the others come looking for me? I'm not ready to tell them everything," Yoruichi asked. "Why?" Naruto snorts and says, "Because what am I going to tell them? Hello, I've lied to you and everyone else my whole life. I'm not an idiot but a genius, so by the way, the day I was born the Yondaime sealed the creature that killed your mothers in my womb." Sarcastically, inside the security room, both Tenten and Ayam gasped and Dustin said, "Now you see why she's afraid to tell you." Tenten thought hard for several seconds and said, "But Dad, if you seal something into another item, it doesn't make the second item the first or vice versa. Everyone knows that." While looking confused, Ayam said, "You're right. Why are you afraid to tell us the truth and how come everyone said Q.Bi was killed if it really was sealed?" As she looked at her dad, Tucci said, "Just watch and everything will be explained." Yoruichi glared at Naruto and jumped off the counter and bit his hand and Naruto yelled, "OUCH!" as he shook his hand and the cat let go. Naruto growled and said, "Damn cat! I should have known. What the hell is wrong with you? Both Tucci and Dustin flinched at this, both looking at each other, and then at Naruto. The cat sat down in front of him again and asked, "What makes you think those girls are going to be like the rest of the villagers? You know their parents care about you and don't hate you because of the Q.Bi." They both stared at each other for several minutes, and the cat said, "Let it go." Naruto gulped and said, "Yoruichi, why are you here?" While shivering a little at the cold voice the cat used to speak to him, the cat sighed and walked behind Naruto where no one could see, and two really tanned arms stretched over Naruto's shoulder, and a purple-haired woman laid her head on Naruto's shoulder and said, "I'm here because I'm going to help you in your training as well as tell you the truth about your parents." With a different voice that was definitely female, while the other voice was more male, Tenten gasped and said, "Who's that?" While her eyes were wide open at the woman behind Naruto, Dustin said, "That girl is the real Yoruichi. Now look." Yoruichi smiled as she pulled Naruto towards her and said, "Leave it, Naruto-chan. I want to see what you really look like." Everyone looked confused and Naruto said, "I have to do it." Yoruichi put her mouth next to his ear and bit him on the ear and he yelled, "OUCH, damn it." She let go and said, "Now do what I say. Take off your boxers and show me what you really look like." Naruto grumbled and said, "Fine, but why do I have to be in my boxers?" As he stood up with Yoruichi turning into a cat, he took off his jacket and then his shirt, and Yoruichi said, "I want to see your real appearance, little Naruto-chan. Not that ugly orange outfit here." Everyone looked at him as he took off his pants, and Tenten and Iam laughed at his frog boxers, and Naruto said, "Good, you're happy now." While looking at the cat, Yoruichi said, "No, show your real appearance." Naruto sighed and closed his eyes and his body distorted a little, and everyone watched as his skin darkened a bit to a golden tan, and his height changed by about 4 inches, making him 5 feet 9 inches. His chest became more defined as a six-pack formed on his stomach. His legs got a little longer. His hair became less spiky and was mostly blonde near the roots, but then slowly turned orange, then turned red, and finally the tips turned purple like Yoruichi's hair. His eyes became more angular, and the whisker marks on his cheeks became more defined. However, what caught everyone's attention were the scars on his body. Tenten gasped at the sight and asked, "What happened to him?" No one said anything in the shocked security room. Yoruichi sighed and said, "I can see traces of your parents and grandparents in your true self, where before you seemed like a carbon copy of your father." Drawing everyone's attention, Naruto sighed as he felt Yoruichi looking at him and said, "Are you happy now? Can I get dressed again?" Yoruichi said, "No, I want to see your real appearance when I talk to you." Naruto sighed and said, "Okay, what do you want to talk about?" Yoruichi asked. "I can understand you hiding how smart you are because people would be more afraid of you if they thought you were smarter. But why did you put on all your other acts?" Naruto asked. "What do you mean?" Yoruichi sighed and said, "I guess this is going to be a long talk. Okay, let's start with the first thing. Why did you stop buying your weapons and clothes from Dustin's shop and started wearing that ugly orange outfit?" Naruto said. "Hey, I like that outfit." 1. Yoruichi walked behind the counter and turned back into a human, and put on her clothes before standing up, and Naruto looked at her and said, "You haven't aged a day since I was 4, Yoruichi said. "Stop trying to change the subject. Now stop lying to me and tell the truth. I've watched you your whole life and I know you're lying about liking that outfit. I saw you sitting on the yandame's head crying, so tell me the truth. The doors don't open unless I open them, and we wouldn't go anywhere until I say so, and remember, you drank that water and with your super digestive tract you'll have to go to the bathroom sooner or later. Don't worry about the others. I have a clone keeping them company so they don't go in." Naruto sighed as he sat down and said, "Fine. To answer your question, when I was 6 and the Hokage enrolled me into the academy, and I overheard a couple of chunin talking about how the Hokage got me some nice fabrics from his shop and how Dustin told me to come back anytime for my supplies. One of them said that if Dustin kept giving the demon kid weapons he would burn Dustin's shop down and give his little girl a little surprise. Even a kid would notice when you make a slashing motion at the neck what that means." Making the motion himself. Inside the security room everyone was wide-eyed, and Tenten asked in a broken voice, "Is that true?" A male voice behind them said, "Yeah, Yoruichi and I heard it too that day when we were watching Naruto." turning around the floor and see a man wearing a green coat and a green and white striped hat. Tucci smiled and said, "It's good to see you again, Kasuke," Ayam asked. "Who is this dad?" Tucci said. "I'll explain later, let's watch Naruto for now." The five returned to the video screen, but Tenten and Ayam glanced at Kasuke. "Back with Naruto," she said. "I see, so you thought if you stopped shopping there you could protect them, huh?" Naruto sighed and said. "Yes," Yoruichi asked. "But how did you know you were the demon child they were talking about? I mean, you only learned about Q.Bi last night, right?" Naruto shuddered as he looked into her eyes and said, "I guess you really do know everything, don't you?" "How did you know?" Yoruichi said. "Like I said, I watched you your whole life. When I was babysitting you that month, you talked in your sleep. You started singing the song I sang to you when you were still a baby when the people from the orphanage put you in their room." Naruto snorts and says, "You mean his broom cielo?" Yoruichi smiled and said, "Got you." Inside the security room, everyone was confused and Dustin asked, "What does he mean he caught you?" Kasuke, who was sucking on a popsicle, said, "Naruto has a photographic memory. He remembers everything from when he was 2 weeks old. That's when the seal holding the Q.Bi was finally placed. It runs on his father's side of the family." Everyone was shocked by this and Dustin paled and said, "So that means," Kasuke said. "Yes, he remembers everything that has happened to him his whole life," Tenten asked. "But if that's true, how come he failed the academy 3 times? Surely he could remember the lesson to pass," Kasuke said. "Simple, you already know the answer. If people thought he was smart, they would have tried to kill him more often. You can tell by the scars on his body that he's been attacked a lot," Ayam said. "Wait, if Yoruichi has been watching him his whole life, why hasn't she helped him more?" Kasuke sighed and said, "Everything will be explained now. Look, his brain should have finally caught up with his mouth." Naruto sighed and said, "Then you know I have a good memory." Yoruichi laughed and said, "Okay, listen Naruto, I know it's a photo memory so don't try that shit on me. You know you saw me long before we officially met when you were 4, Naruto said. "Well, I remember you bringing me food, changing me, and also singing me to sleep and also treating some of the wounds I received, but what I don't understand is why I never saw you after my 4 and why you have come back now and how have you been looking at me if I haven't seen a hair on you." Yoruichi sighed and said, "I'll get to that in a few minutes. I want to know a few more things first," Naruto asked. "Why, you obviously already know the answers," Yoruichi said. "Me knowing the answers about you and you knowing the answers about yourself are 2 different things. You said it yourself, you've hidden so much that you don't remember who you are. I want to help you understand that before we continue." Naruto nods and thinks. "It's not like I have much of a choice," Yoruichi said. "Good, now for the next question. What about Ayam and Tucci? If you were willing to protect Tenten and Dustin by avoiding them, why not those 2? Naruto sighed and said, "Well, that's actually a tough question. As you know, I started eating there with the Hokage who paid the bill for some of my meals. I quickly learned that Tucci was changing the recipes so he could afford vegetables and meat while changing the noodle recipe to be healthy for me. He made separate meals just for me, but he made it where everyone would think it's the same thing he normally serves." Tucci and Ayam gasped and Ayam asked, "How did you know that?" "I realized when I went grocery shopping using my shape-shifting that if they saw me cooking for myself and eating healthy, people would figure out how I got the stuff in the first place, and then make people realize that I was smarter than them. The thing that probably would have killed me showed up. So since Ayam and Tucci were working so hard to give me real food and make people think it was just unhealthy noodles, it would also let me get some supplies from the store to learn how to cook and eat any emergency supplies I need. I really like their food too, and I know feeding on me has hurt their business too. But it's just something about when I'm around them if it feels like I don't know, this weird kind of energy that's protective of them. I felt that way with Dustin and with Tenten, but Dustin and Tucci felt like it was being suppressed. It's the same with you. I can feel like you're way stronger than both of them combined in some ways, but I can't say for sure how." Back in the security room, Kasuke said, "Well, that's interesting. He can already capture spiritual energy." Tenten looked at him and asked, "Spiritual energy? What is that?" Kasuke said. I'll tell you later." As he looked back at the screens, Yoruichi said, "So you went to the ramen stand to cover yourself?" Naruto sighed and said, No, it's not just that. I went to the Hokage one day and told him I was worried about my precious ramen stand, that someone might destroy it because people were always talking about how bad ramen was for you. Then he said to please me he would put an Anbu on guard to watch the stand to make me happy, and I waited until I saw the Anbu watching the stand, and I used shape-shifting again and made myself look like one of the guys that said they would hurt Tenten, and I went and started throwing kunai at the stand's sign. I know it was horrible of me, but I needed to make sure they would be okay, and since the Hokage often eats at the stand with me, I knew the Anbu would have to act like that, so when the Anbu appeared and tried to catch me, I quickly turned around a corner and turned into a cat like you, and he ran to my side. Then I left the ally and went behind the ramen stand and turned back to normal and ran to the Hokage's office, and I told the old man he was right. Someone attacked the outpost, and the Anbu was behind the guy, Yoruichi asked. So why didn't you do that for Dustin and Tenten? Naruto said. Because the Hokage doesn't get his supplies from there and can't afford to help out a weapons shop, but a ramen stand could without the council noticing. It was meant for me. When Iruka and some of the ninja from the village that I really liked took me for ramen too, I knew it would help Iam and Tuchi. A meal is something you can buy often, but weapons and supplies last a lot longer, so I chose that it was best this way, Yoruichi said. Not to mention that if Tenten had been closer to you, she might have found out that you were the one who saved her that day, and it would have caused trouble. Tenten looked confused at this and thought, what is he talking about? Naruto looked at Yoruichi and said, You're such a nosy little bugger. I thought no one knew about that. Yoruichi smiled and said, Well, I was actually going to visit you, but then when I saw you crossing the training grounds where Tenten was, I saw you running towards her when she passed out from blood with a kunai in her stomach when it looked like one of her weapons bounced off and stabbed her. Tenten's eyes widened and thought. But I thought it was Niji who saved me, Naruto said. Yeah, I had just finished playing the prank guy helped me with and was going to find him to brag about it when I found Tenten lying on the ground with a wound on her stomach. I remembered seeing a Hyuga drive by a little while earlier, so I changed to look like him and took her to the hospital. I already know if I had mistaken her for myself, they would have automatically said I attacked her even if Tenten admitted later that it wasn't me. Do you have anything else you want to ask? Yoruichi put her finger to her chin and said, For more questions and I'm done. 1. How long have you known about Q.Bi? Naruto frowned and said, I was 6. A jounin attacked me in my apartment and severed the main blood veins in my legs, arms along with my kidneys. He even left the weapons in me to prevent me from healing. He had also gassed my apartment, breaking my gas lines so I would pass out. I was pulled into my mind and the fox met up with me. He bragged about how he was going to break free, kill me and everyone I cared about, and yeta winked. Needless to say, it was one of the few times I was glad someone came to kill me, Yoruichi asked. What do you mean? Naruto said. Someone came in after the jounin left to kill me too. He was only there for a few seconds and then ran off screaming that the demon was trying to kill him because the gas damaged his stabs. Some of the Anbu who hated me came in to attack me, and when they came in they smelled the gas. Luckily for me, one of the Anbu lived in the same building as me and he knew if my apartment went up so would his, so he broke the windows and turned off the gas. When he broke the windows, it caught the attention of another ninja who was passing by. He came to see what was going on, and when he smelled the gas he quickly searched for me, found me and took me to the hospital. About a week later, those 4 Anbu who came to attack me went on a joint mission with another team and never returned. The guy who saved me that day returned from that mission. He was wearing a weasel mask. However, he disappeared about a year later. I think it was an Uchiha who died with the rest of them. While Naruto's mind wandered without staying focused, inside the security room, Kasuke sighed and said, And he got that from his grandfather on his father's side. While licking a lollipop, Tenten glared at him and said, Okay, I'm trying to listen. Kasuke smiled as Tenten turned around and thought, I'll have to teach Naruto to put a lollipop in his mouth to shut him up sometimes. It helps with the open mouth. At least that's what his grandma told me, Naruto said. Alright, what's the third question? In an annoyed voice, Yoruichi said. Second, Naruto said. Third was how long I knew about Q.Bi. Second was when you asked me what I mean. Yoruichi slapped her head and said, That wasn't one of the questions I wanted to ask, and you know it. Naruto smiled and said. Too bad, you said 4 and used 2 now ask. Yoruichi glared at him and said. Well, do you like that pink-haired girl, and if not, what about the blue-haired girl? Naruto sighed and said. No, I don't like it either. Hinata is in love with my mask and she also can't handle peer pressure, so she would turn on me in a heartbeat. As for Sakura, I used Sakura as part of my mask because I knew that she hated my guts. The fact that I can tease her about all the times she beat me up is way better. Not to mention her getting revenge for all the insults she gave me as well as other things. No, if you're wondering if I like anyone at this point, the answer is no. I realized a long time ago that if I ever fell in love with someone, they would leave me the moment they found out about the Q.Bi or hurt me. I was born alone, I lived alone, and I will die alone. I've accepted that fate. I wonder, if Tenten was on Team Blur before and was moved from their team, does that mean her team was Team 9? Does that mean Sakura is now on their team? That would be a good team for her. Maybe it would destroy her fanaticism. Yoruichi, who was frowning at Naruto's speech, said. Back to normal. My last question. Say if you had a child, and if to save 1,000,000 lives, including your child, you would be willing to take your child into a life like yours, then have your child and all the others destroyed forever. Naruto blinked as he thought about the question and said, I don't understand. Inside the security room, Kisuke asked. What about you girls? Same question as Naruto. Would any of you take your child into a life like Naruto's to save 1,000,000? I who was extremely confused, said. I don't know, Tenten said. I can't understand why you asked that question. I mean, he hasn't asked one since then. As she looked at him, Yoruichi sighed and said, Let me tell you a story. It will explain my last question and also help you understand why I'm here. Okay, Naruto nods and she said. It started a little over 400 years ago. Anyway, 400 years ago, this world here wasn't as you see it now. This world didn't have a single human living here. You see, this place is actually a pocket dimension that exists outside of the normal world. It was created by Kami to be home to the first creatures that Kami made at the beginning of creation. You know them as the summons that are used now, Naruto asked. Wait, how can that be? I mean, if there were no humans here, how are we here now, and how come if the summons live here, then why do we have to summon them here from wherever they live? She sighed and said. If you would let me continue, I would have answered both questions. Now, to answer your questions, why are humans here now when they weren't 400 years ago? It's because of a war. A war between the Shinigami and their hollow enemies, Naruto blinked and said. Hey, what does the god of death have to do with all this? Our job was to help maintain the balance of the cycle of death between death, afterlife, and rebirth. However, there are souls that are corrupted and changed, becoming what we call hollows. They feed on souls waiting to be sent to the afterlife, as well as living souls. Shinigami kill hollows and purify their souls so they can eventually be reborn. Now, as I was saying, about 400 years ago, 3 fellow Shinigami betrayed us and joined the hollows and attempted to break into Kami's realm and take over all of creation. During this time, they had stolen an item that allowed a soul to change and become something more powerful than a Shinigami or a hollow. A group of living souls that got involved in the whole mess helped turn the tide of the war we were fighting, and the Shinigami who was primarily responsible for the betrayal and the plan to take over, named Aizen, was nearly defeated. In a last-ditch effort to get his plan to work, he used the item on a city we were fighting in. The city had almost 400,000 people living in it. The object, when it exploded, sent a massive amount of energy through the city, and every soul that was hit by it was changed. Before that time, physical energy and spiritual energy were always separate. When he changed souls, it was the birth of what you call chakra. Naruto, who was open-mouthed, looked at Yoruichi and asked, Can you prove all of this? Inside the security room, Tenten and I weren't looking any better, and Kisuke said, Yeah, we can try it, but wait until you hear the rest. Everything's going to turn upside down. They thought every soul affected would become a monster like Aizen. It was a time of great despair for us, and the living souls who helped us defeat him lived in that town, as did their friends and family. They argued against the idea of destroying the village and the souls. No one knew what to think. You see, before this happened, spiritual energy and normal human energy were completely separate, and then suddenly they were mixing together to form chakra, and this had never happened before. Finally, someone came up with an idea. You see, there are several planes of existence. A plane for living beings, a plane for hollows, a plane for souls waiting to be reborn, a plane for demons, and many more created by Q.Bi. Now, the Shinigami knew that most of the planes could be visited, and they knew of a place where Q.Bi placed the original creatures that were created, as I said before. Hollows don't know this place because enough spiritual energy has never been released at once to attract them. The plan was to separate the mutated souls from the normal souls until we could figure out how to return them to normal. And so, in one night, the leaders of Soul Society erased all traces of the city from the normal world and brought everyone here. Shinigami have the ability to alter memories to help hide the truth about hollows, Shinigami, and the afterlife. We made it look like a natural disaster destroyed the city. We divided the city into sections and placed them in all the elemental countries, and then changed their memories so they believed the smaller city they lived in was the one they grew up and lived in, and that this was their world. At first, no one really believed it, but since they couldn't prove it, they started their lives over as best they could. Whenever people start meddling, we erase any evidence they had and then change their memories back again. As they eventually died out and their children took over, all memories of what really happened were erased again and again, so eventually the third generation almost completely lost knowledge of the other world to the people here. A new section of Soul Society was created for the people here with heavy security to prevent them from interacting with the other souls from the other world. Only those who are true Shinigami know of the second world here on this plane of existence. The Shinigami who were also affected have been doing what we did originally, protecting the souls from being reborn while also working on a way to change the souls back into normal souls and keeping the amount of spiritual energy released to the point where hollows won't be attracted to this world. This about it. Hollows get stronger from spiritual energy, and normally humans only generate enough spiritual energy before dying to do a simple henge. Now imagine if a hollow suddenly had a jounin-level amount of chakra. It could lead to the total destruction of all life in this world, and in the other human world. By this time Naruto was getting irritable and said, "Well, this story is cool and all, and I guess if it's true then I can understand the precautions your Shinigami took, but I want proof and also to know why you're telling me all this and why I'm here, and who my parents were." Sarcastically, Yoruichi said. "I was just getting there, Naruto. Damn, you look just like your grandfather on your mother's side in attitude. When the first war ended we started keeping a much closer eye on this world than we were, and when it showed that a second war was about to start the Soul Society decided to send a team here to prevent the war from progressing too far and to keep the number of people who died down to controllable numbers. However, they couldn't send a regular Shinigami because the only way we can be seen in this world is if we are in a fake body called a Jugai, and if you are hurt you don't bleed, and there was no way we could cover that up before having to erase everyone's memory again, and chances are it will happen often." Yoruichi sighed and said, "So they decided that if they couldn't send a normal team of Shinigami, then they could send someone who was trained to be a Shinigami who was still alive and could also use chakra to fight in this world normally without drawing attention to their Shinigami abilities. They chose to send some children of the Shinigami. There were 6 of them that they sent. Each of the children were born to parents that had been switched. The names of the 6 children were Minato, Kushina, Isis, Emi, Dustin, and Tuchi." At this point, 3 teenagers' eyes widened. Tenten and Ayam looked at their parents, who smiled softly and said, "Surprise." Both girls were shocked and could only shake their heads, and Kasuke said, "Watch this, you're about to get the final surprises." Everyone turned to look at Naruto and Yoruichi. Naruto said, stuttering, "Tuchi and Dustin are the children of Shinigami," Yoruichi said. "Yes. Each of them was under 7 years old, and we made them orphans and gave the orphanages fake memories. Now let me finish explaining. You see, during the Second War the 6 would move out to eliminate large groups of enemies and then immediately send them off while they eliminate the enemy. Some called them the 6 deadly sins because of their skills on the battlefield. Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, Kushina Uzumaki, the Red Death, Dustin, the Arctic Dragon, Emi, the mystic mage, Tsuchi, strong arms, and last but not least Isis, Kami archer. Those 6 helped end the war and put the fear of Kami in all the villages to prevent another big war from starting soon, Naruto asked. Kushina Uzumaki, that means she was my mother, Yoruichi nods and said. Yes, Dustin and Emi got married and Tenten and Tsuchi and Isis had I am. Minato and Kushina had you, Naruto's eyes swept across and said. My dad was the yondaime he please tell me what happened the day I was born. Something that doesn't add up if what you're saying is true. If it were so strong, why couldn't they stop Q.Bi, the head of the 13th Court Guard? Yamamoto is the only one of the Shinigami who has had any contact with Kami through another messenger. Yamamoto came and he was the one who bound you and Q.Bi together, but to do so, he needed 4 soul chains to hold it together. Soul chains are the chains of life. If they break, the spirit leaves the body and the body dies. Shinigami don't have soul chains, only living beings, and they had to be from someone with high spiritual energy. I think you can work out the rest. If they break, the spirit leaves the body and the body dies. Shinigami don't have soul chains, only living beings, and they had to be from someone with high spiritual energy. I think you can work out the rest. If they break, the spirit leaves the body and the body dies. Shinigami don't have soul chains, only living beings, and they had to be from someone with high spiritual energy. I think you can work out the rest. Naruto closed his eyes and said. So Mom, Dad, Isis, and Emi gave up their soul chains to seal Q.Bi into me, Yoruichi nods and says. Yes, you see, the chain of an immortal creature is made of gold and no one but Kami can break it. When you die, Naruto, Q.Bi will go into hibernation for a while, probably a couple 100 years, and then awaken in his body again. His souls are and always will be connected to his body, but what Yamamoto did was remove it from his body, and then use the 2 links of the chain to make like a lock to one of his own, while reinforcing the 2 chain links on either side of the one with the last 2 links to make it harder for Q.Bi to break free until you die. Naruto sighs and said. I understand. He has sense, I guess. So why are we here? I mean, there has to be a reason why you would show up here and now to train me. I am and Tenten, Yoruichi said. You are right, you see, one of our observers has learned that someone is planning to try and capture every single one of the bijus as some sort of weapon. If that happens, then there is no way we can stop the fall of that, and hollows would appear here by the millions. After that, the other world would be attacked and most likely destroyed. Naruto frowned and said. Then the answer is simple, kill me. I die and I get to see my family. Q.Bi would go back to hibernation, and then you can keep an eye on the other demons, and when someone comes looking for them, stop them, Yoruichi said. If only it were that easy. Unless it's a direct threat to people's souls, Shinigami can't interfere with normal human events. We can't kill humans unless they're attacking people's souls directly. That's the first problem with your plan. The second problem is that even without Q.Bi they can get the other 8, and 5 of them are sealed into humans like yourself, which makes it that much easier to pull off. The third thing that's a problem, Naruto, is... Here she returns her hand to the back of his neck and says, I will not kill or let anyone else kill my grandson. Naruto's eyes widened and he stammered. Grandson. As he looked at her, Yoruichi nods and says, Surprise. I'm your grandmother on your father's side. While looking into his eyes, Naruto asked in a calm voice, Why didn't you stay with me? You would have died moments after arriving there from all the spiritual pressure, and if you were in the shape you needed to get there, when you died, you would die and be reborn as someone else, and my grandson would no longer be my grandson. Think of it like holding your breath underwater. Pretty soon, if you don't get out of there, you would have died. Your father and the others were different from you. I am and Tenten were born there to be able to handle the change automatically. You have to be at least a teenager to have a chance of getting there. That's why I couldn't take you. Sai, now you remember the question I asked you before. Now you understand why it was necessary for things to be the way they are. None of us wanted this to happen to you. As I hugged him. Think of it like holding your breath underwater. Pretty soon, if you don't get out of there, you would have died. Your father and the others were different from you. I am and Tenten were born there so they could handle the change automatically. You have to be at least a teenager to have a chance of getting there. That's why I couldn't take you. Sigh, now you remember the question I asked you before. Now you understand why it was necessary for things to be the way they are. None of us wanted this to happen to you. As I hugged him. Think of it like holding your breath underwater. Pretty soon, if you don't get out of there, you would have died. Your father and the others were different from you. I am and Tenten were born there so they could handle the change automatically. You have to be at least a teenager to have a chance of getting there. That's why I couldn't take you. Sigh, now you remember the question I asked you before. Now you understand why it was necessary for things to be the way they are. None of us wanted this to happen to you. As I hugged him. You have to be at least a teenager to have a chance of getting there. That's why I couldn't take you. Sigh, now you remember the question I asked you before. Now you understand why it was necessary for things to be the way they are. None of us wanted this to happen to you. As I hugged him. You have to be at least a teenager to have a chance of getting there. That's why I couldn't take you. Sigh, now you remember the question I asked you before. Now you understand why it was necessary for things to be the way they are. None of us wanted this to happen to you. As I hugged him, Naruto broke down and started crying. In the security room, Tenten said with a few tears in her eyes, "That's so sad. I can't imagine what you've been through, and finding out you have family, but they have to stay away from you to protect you, and you couldn't. I'm coming with them because it would kill you. I know how much it hurts not having mom around, but I have dad with me. I didn't have anyone." I looked at the monitor and asked, "Was your life that bad, Dad?" Tucci said. "Worse than you can imagine." I turned to look at her father and asked, "So why didn't you adopt him?" Tenten wiped her eyes, looked at her father and said, "Or you," Kisuke said. "Because the council passed a law that Naruto wasn't allowed to be adopted for his own good after an assassination attempt on his life they planned. Both of his parents wanted to help him but were cut off at every turn. They even planned to kidnap him one day, but then the hunters and Anbu would have come for all of you and either you two or Naruto himself could have died. Sure, you would have been able to come to Soul Society back then, but then we would still have the long-term problem of what to do about the threats that would be created here like before. There was nothing anyone could do differently no matter how much we wanted to." Both girls looked down. A few minutes later, Naruto fainted in his grandmother's arms. The door opened shortly after that and all the people in the security room walked in looking at the couple sadly, and Tenten asked, "What are we here for? I mean, now that we know about all this, what's going to happen next?" Yoruichi said. "We plan to train you three to be as good as your parents were before you so that way you can not only stop those who want to obtain the bijou, but also stop any major death count," I said. "I see exactly who you are then." Looking at Kisuke, Kisuke said, "I am your handsome grandfather." As he wet his hat and licked his lollipop, Yoruichi glared at him as everyone else grumbled and she said, "Tucci, would you mind?" Tucci hit Kisuke on the head and Yoruichi said, "Again, I still don't feel well enough." After another hit, Kisuke smiled and then became serious and said, "All right, the boat will arrive where we're going by dawn. I want everyone to get some sleep. You'll need it." As he helped pick up Naruto and carried him to one of the bedrooms, Tenten looked at Ayam and asked, "What now?" Ayam said, "For now, I guess nothing." As she followed the others, Tenten frowned and thought, "We'll see." Back in Konoha that same day, Sakura was waiting with the other genin for her team when a shout of, "The flames of youth burn brightly, Gai-sensei." Just then the door opened and a man in a green spandex suit walked in with a carbon copy of him along with a hyuga, and the man said, "Sakura Haruno, I am Gai-sensei and I am now your young master. Follow me and I will ignite the flames of youth within you." Sakura paled and started to walk away, saying, "This can't be real." Suddenly she found herself against a muscular chest and turned only to scream, "H," as Guy's clone stood behind her. He said, "Hello, beautiful Sakura-chan, I'm Rock Lee and I will protect you with my life. Will you go out with me?" While winking at her and hearts flew out of his eyes at her, Ino laughed and said, "Good job, Front, you've got the freak team." Niji looked at Ino and activated his bloodline while releasing some Ki and said, "Fate has determined that this will happen, so shut up before I kill you," Guy said. "Niji, enough, don't let this one believer extinguish your flames of youth. Come Sakura, we must start your training immediately. 30 laps around the village to warm up." Sakura paled and said. You're joking, right? Lee said. If I can't do 30 laps in an hour, I'll do 10,000 kicks to a log with each of my legs. If I can't do that, then I'll walk around the village 40 times on my hands. If I can't do that, then I'll. Sakura stepped back and punched him in the face and said, Shut up. Everyone in the room except Team 9 laughed at her misfortune, and Guy appeared behind her and said, That was very unyoung, Sakura. As punishment, you will have to run 50 laps around the village. Now, Lee, show her the power of youth. Lured, Gi-sensei, lured, Gi-sensei, lured, Gi-sensei, lured, Gi-sensei, lured, Gi-sensei, lured, Gi-sensei. And then a sunset appeared behind them as their teeth chattered. Sakura screamed. H. Where is Naruto when you need it? To deal someone, Sasuke Kyuan, please save me. As Sage ran towards the Uchiha who looked away from her. As Sakura began to be dragged out of the room by her new team, Kurenai and Asuma entered and got their equipment. Sasuke sat alone for the next 3 hours waiting for his sensei. When Kakashi entered the room, Sasuke was still sitting where he had been this whole time, and Kakashi looked at him confused and looked around the rest of the room and asked, Where are your teammates? Sasuke said. What teammates? I'm waiting for my sensei, who I'm learning with, to come get me. Is that you? Kakashi took out his book and said, I don't know, let me check. And walked off in a flurry of leaves. Kakashi appeared in the Hokage's office and asked, Where's my team, Hokage-sama? I mean, I went to the academy to pick them up, but only Sasuke was there. Where was Naruto? The third said. I'm afraid Sasuke is your only student. Naruto has been taken in as a joint apprentice along with 2 other students by 2 senseis. Your request was denied. Kakashi put away his book and said, But he's my son, sensei. You know I'm the only one who will treat him like a normal person, the third said. Naruto's new sensei made a better argument for him to be on his team, Kakashi said. Well, I'm going to fail the Uchiha. I just want a team that can pass my test with Naruto, the third said. You can't, the council and I want you to teach the Uchiha, Kakashi, you can't fail him, so go eat your team, Kakashi sighed and said. Fine. As he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Chapter 3. The next morning at 10 a.m., Kakashi reappeared in the classroom and saw Sasuke sitting up asleep and said, Wake up. Sasuke woke up and looked at Kakashi, who said, My first impression of you is that you lack the drive to be a true ninja. You must always be alert to your surroundings. Meet me on the roof. As he left in a puff of smoke, Sasuke thought, he must kill 2 people now. As he got up and headed to the roof, back with Naruto and the others, the sun was rising. If you try to figure out that they're several hundred miles offshore from Konoha and the time zone is different, 10 a.m. in Konoha is like 5 a.m. where they are. Naruto was awake, standing at the front of the yacht when someone asked, What are you doing up so early, Naruto? Naruto didn't turn around and said, I have a lot on my mind, Tenten. Tell me, do you know what's really going on here yet? Tenten said nothing as she looked at him. Naruto was back as usual in his orange jumpsuit and said, Remember yesterday I was asked to tell you and I am about myself, Tenten said. Yes, Naruto said. The truth is I was afraid to tell you everything yesterday. Tenten bit her lip and said, We know. Naruto blinked and turned to look at her and asked, What? Tenten stepped forward and said, We saw and heard everything with you and your grandmother yesterday. Naruto froze in place at those words and felt a pair of arms wrap around him, and he blinked and looked at Tenten, who had her head on his shoulder, and she said, I see you, not Q.Bi, not as my mom's killer or anything else you fear. I see the real you. Not the one in front of me now, but the one you're hiding. You don't have to hide from me, Naruto. Naruto closed his eyes and his body changed into his true form, and he rested his chin on her head and softly whispered, Thank you. The sun rose slowly over the sea like rays of hope reaching out to them. They stood there for a while when a voice said, Is this a private party, or can anyone join? Naruto opened his eyes as Tenten took a step back and they both looked at Ayame, who was smiling, and she walked up to Naruto and kissed his head and said, Why didn't you ever tell me you were so cute? I could have been flirting with you all these years if I knew. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and said, I do. As a lollipop flew into his mouth. After Naruto choked for a few seconds, he looked where the fool came from and saw Yoruichi with a man he had never seen before, and Yoruichi said, "Naruto, allow me to introduce you to your grandfather Kasuke Urahara, my husband. Former captain of the 12th Division, Research and Development." Naruto saw a suction cup in his mouth and said, You threw it in my mouth. Why did you do that?" Kasuke said. "The men in our family are always putting their foot in our mouths. The same thing happened to me, your father, and before you have a chance to do it with your friends here, I decided to teach you a valuable lesson. Eat suckers to keep your mouth busy without using words." It saves her from telling him that she forgot to get her anniversary present again. With a smile on her face, Yoruichi blinked and looked at her watch and growled and said, "Damn you, Kasuke, you forgot again," as she slapped him on the back of the head. Kasuke said, "See what I mean?" As he put the suction cup back in his mouth, Naruto sighed and asked, "So, are you okay with all this, I am?" Tenten said she was, but I am walked over and took the suction cup out of his hand, put it in his mouth, and said, "Yes, now listen to your grandfather." Naruto sweat drops while Tenten giggles and thinks, "Okay, what happened so far? Find out why my life screwed up, find out my parents, find out my family are all idiots, and find out men get spanked by the women in their lives. Just another day in my life." While sucking on the suction cup, the yacht's engine stopped, and both Dustin and Tucci came from the bridge of the boat, and Dustin said, "We're almost there." "It's time," Tenten asked. "Time for what?" Kasuke stepped forward with his staff and said, "Naruto, come here." Naruto walked towards him, and Kasuke raised his staff and said, "Stay still." Naruto asked, "What?" When Kasuke punched him in the stomach, and the girls were wide-eyed when Naruto's body fell to the ground and asked, "What happened?" Naruto growled and stood up and asked, "What the hell was that for?" Kasuke said, "Okay, all three, time for the first lesson. Naruto, you said you felt a strange energy from each of us. That energy is spiritual energy. I want the three of you to close your eyes and try to locate that energy around you. Not just in your body," Naruto said. "It's like a mix of hot and cold together. I can't really explain it further if it helps." The four adults saw the three teenagers close their eyes, and after a few minutes streamers began to appear around Naruto. Yoruichi said, "Good, Naruto." Ayam opened her eyes, gasped, and asked, "What is that?" Causing Tenten to open her eyes, Dustin said, "Spiritual ribbons. Each ribbon is connected to a specific person's spiritual energy. You see those red ones? Those are Shinigami." Naruto opened his eyes and said, "The gold one is Q.Bi. What about the white and green ones going to Ayam?" Tucci said. "The green one is a Quincy. They're like Shinigami in some ways, except they don't become Shinigami to kill Hollow, and in the past they just destroyed souls, so they never went to Soul Society. But after the war 400 years ago, the last Quincy allowed objects that focused their powers to be switched to send them to Soul Society. Before that, Quincy and Shinigami were actually enemies," Ayam said. "But that doesn't happen since then. How am I a Quincy?" Tucci said. "Your mother's necklace. It's actually your energy weapon. You've used it your entire life, so all of your spiritual energy has been changed to that of a Quincy. Don't worry, we had actually planned for that to happen, as my power is just super strength with a few changes," Naruto said. "So what's with the white people, and why is Tenten's white?" Yoruichi said. "For the same reason as you. You have yet to awaken your true powers. To do that, you must become Shinigami," Naruto asked. "Well, how do we do that?" Kasuke said. "Let's go over that first." He pointed ahead, and everyone looked up to see a huge arch in the water in the middle of the ocean. Tenten asked. "What is that?" Dustin said. "It's an arc toward the Soul Society. I'll change your bodies into spirit bodies so you can go there. However, this is what Tucci and I are going for." Ayam turned and asked, "What do you mean?" While looking at her father and the other sensei, Tucci said, "There's another secret that Dustin and I have been keeping from everyone. We are both spies for Jiraiya of the Sannin. He was the one who actually paid for your meals, Naruto, and funded both the ramen stand and the weapons shop. We worked for him to keep an eye on you because he's your godfather. His duty prevented him from being there for you, but he tried to help you when he could. He was also the one who sent money for you and your apartment," Tenten asked. But what does that have to do with not coming with us? Dustin said. We have to stay here and show up every chance we get with clones of you so she doesn't find out the truth about where you're going. I want you to tell your mom I said hi, and I love her, and I'll see her again someday, Tochi said. Same to me, but when I meet her again I don't want to leave her side again. Naruto looked down and said. Do you want me to watch them for you? Dustin said. No, I want you watched. You have a habit of getting into trouble. Naruto snorted and came as he said. Hey, I tried to be nice and look out for them for you. I mean, who knows what kind of perverts are going to try to mess with them while they're there, Tenten said. Hey, I'm a big girl, Naruto said. You're a small fish in a big pond. Tenten released some ki at him, and he gulped, and Kisuke raised his hand and said sucker, while holding a suction cup for Naruto. Naruto glared at him and said, Damn jeans, as he took the piglet and began to eat it. Everyone laughs at him, except Tenten, who puts her arms over her chest and pouts. Kisuke said, Okay. When I open the portal, I want you all to run and jump. Once you hit the ground, take the other side and you will see a black-winged hell butterfly for each of you. The walls will try to pull you out of the way as self-defense, and if you fall off the path, you will be lost forever. Are you ready? Each of them nods, and Kisuke leaps into the air, surprising the teens as he begins to walk in the air toward the archway, then places his hand on the side. A few seconds later, a door appears. Kisuke said, Okay, come in. Yoruichi jumped into the portal first. Tenten and Naruto followed. Ayam tried to jump, but since she wasn't as good at using chakra as the second ninja, her jump fell short, but Kisuke caught her and they both jumped. Moments later, the portal closed. Dustin sighed and said, Well, that's it. You think they'll be okay, Tochi said. Yes, they have Naruto with them. He may be the youngest and a little reckless, but I wouldn't ask anyone to babysit my daughter. Dustin thought for a moment and said, I guess so. So why didn't you want to see your wife? Tochi said. You want to be there when Minato and Kushina, along with our wives, find out what Naruto's life has been like, Dustin said. I'm glad I'm not the only smart one here, my friend. Both men laughed before starting the boat and heading towards an island to the south to take another boat back to the mainland. Inside the portal, Yoruichi landed and saw the butterflies from hell and turned to the sound of feet pounding behind her. She saw Tenten and Naruto land, but the moment Naruto did, he immediately gasped for air and fell to his knees holding his stomach. As Yoruichi started to move through it, Kisuke and Ayam entered and Kisuke asked, What happened? Naruto screamed, HHHHH, as his body was covered in red energy. Ayam asked, What's wrong? Kisuke said. Get them out of here, Yoruichi. I'll take care of him. Go. I know what's wrong. Hurry. I don't want any of you hurt by the backlash. Go ahead. As he shouted the last part, Yoruichi frowned, grabbed both girls, and headed down the tunnel. Naruto was on the ground in pain and Kisuke said, Naruto, listen to me, you can hear me. As he grabbed Naruto's face with his hands and looked into his eyes, Naruto nods while gritting his teeth. Kisuke said, Earlier, when I punched you in the stomach, I broke the chains your parents and the others sacrificed to bind Q.Bi. He can't enter Soul Society. Since you and Q.Bi have been together all these years, several of your chain links have fused with his. Now that you've both gone through this tunnel, he's being pulled back to his world, but as he does so, he's breaking his soul chain. In other words, he's dying. Naruto's eyes widened but Kisuke said, Stay with me, focus. You hear me. Listen, and I'll tell you how to save yourself. You need to focus on your own power. Naruto looks deep inside yourself and find your spiritual energy. If you do, he will meet his fighting spirit, his Zanpakuto. You have to find it and claim it as your own. If you don't, you will become a hollow and these walls will drag your soul away. This is something only you can do. Listen, I don't have much time. I have to get to the other end of the tunnel and keep it open with my energy since I opened it on this side. If I don't, the tunnel will close and kill you. Do you understand, Naruto? You must fight. If you manage this, you will be a Shinigami. Can you do it for me? Can you do it? Naruto gritted his teeth and said in a strained voice. Yes. Still holding his stomach, Kisuke said. Good luck, Naruto. I love you, grandson. Please pass this and hurry up. As he turned and started running down the hallway. As he left, Naruto felt pain as the light from the butterfly hell went out, leaving him in darkness, and he thought, I was born alone, I lived alone, and I will die alone. I am forever in darkness, I am used to this. As he closed his eyes and let the tears flow as the darkness began to consume him, Naruto found himself surrounded by darkness with a small circle of light surrounding him that was slowly getting smaller. Naruto asked, Where am I? A voice said. You are lost in the darkness. Naruto blinked, looking around, and asked, Whose is there? The voice said. To know my name you must find me. You are not afraid of the dark, Naruto said. No, I don't know anything but darkness, the voice said. So why does your spirit fight the darkness for you? Why not give in to the darkness and die? Surely someone who only knows darkness will stay out of the light, Naruto said. I'm not a coward. I won't turn around and die for anyone. If I did, I wouldn't be alive now, the voice said. Brave words, but you can back them up. Will you shine brightly for the world or allow the shadows to consume you? Naruto felt something crawl up his leg and saw his shadow extend across his body towards him and said, Why don't you just die? Came the voice of his shadow. Naruto growled and grabbed the hands that moved towards his neck and said, Why don't you do it? As he grabbed the shadow tightly before spinning and throwing it away from his body, the circle of light around him began to grow, and the voice said, So, after all, you have some fight left, but as you can see, I am the darkness of your soul. How will you defeat an enemy you cannot even see? Naruto said. I will defeat you even if I have to become the light that destroys you. As he was in a fighting stance, a flash of light caught his attention, flashing in the distance, and Naruto thought, What is that? The figure said. I see, so why don't you claim the beacon of light you see and try it? After all, you are afraid of me, Naruto said. I'm not afraid of anything, the figure said. Not even being alone. Naruto frowned as memories of his time with Tenten, Im, Yoruichi, Dustin, Tuchi, Kisuke, and the Hokage flashed through his mind. Then Iruka appeared and said, No, I won't be afraid to live or be alone anymore. I have people there for me. As he walked towards the light in the distance, the light around him moved with him, and he soon came across a small metal tube that looked like a flashlight with a small white beam about an inch long coming out of the end. Naruto reached for it, and said as he grabbed it, and the light coming from it exploded, making a 3-foot-long white blade of light, and the darkness around it was completely removed except for the shadow that was standing in a now completely white room, and said, I see your resolve is set. Now hear my name and call me. Back with Naruto, who finally stopped rolling on the ground in the tunnel, slowly opened his eyes as they glowed a bright blue and said, Glow bright Arachner Kage. To remove the shadow, Naruto's hand stretched out as the small tube he was holding before was now in his hand and activated, illuminating the entire area with white light. The walls themselves seemed to move away from the light, and Naruto began to walk towards the other end of the tunnel without noticing the change in his appearance. At the other end of the tunnel at the gate, Kisuke was panting, holding the gate open with his spiritual energy, and Yoruichi was yelling at him for being an idiot and not telling her this was going to happen. The gate suddenly went dark for a moment, signaling to everyone that something was going on. Nearly all of the Gotai 13 captains were there in case Naruto turned into a hollow or worse. As everyone tensed, a figure slowly emerged from the tunnel and everyone gasped as Naruto appeared and looked around and said, So this is heaven. As he fell face first, Tenten ran up to him along with Im and flipped him over, and Im sat her head on his lap, and Tenten said, What happened to him? Kisuke said. He's now become a Shinigami. He's passed on his trail. As he was on his knees, Yoruichi approached him and said, What happened to him? Kisuke said. Weren't you listening? I just told him what happened. Yoruichi turned to look at him and said, That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about the fact that his entire body has healed and his whiskers are gone. He also looks a little older now. Kisuke stood up and walked over slowly and said, Well, that's interesting, Tenten said. Would you please shut up talking about Naruto like he's some kind of experiment? He's a human being, an elderly voice said. Very well, young lady. Kisuke should show more respect towards his grandson. I have to say I am quite surprised to see a Zanpakuto like that. It appears to be one based on pure light, which has never happened before. I would like to speak with him once he awakens, but for now I think the 4th Division should take him in and check him over to make sure there are no injuries with Q.Bi being ripped from him. All captains, please return to your normal selves. Saifan, please see to the needs of these women and keep an eye on the boy until I can speak with him. I want to make sure Q.Bi does not slip here into the boy's body before I release him into your care. Yoruichi, I'm sure you understand, Yoruichi said. Yes, sir, but may I request that a sitting officer stay with him? He's been through a lot in his life, and I don't think waking up with one of the murderous guards would be a good first impression on Soul Society. Captain Yamamoto said. Very well, I trust you can handle that, Saifan said. I'll take care of it personally after the girls settle in, sir. Yamamoto nods and walks away as all the captains walk away except for Retsu Unohana, captain of the 4th Division, and Saifan, who said, If you all could follow me. As he helps Unohana pick up Naruto, and they carry him towards the 4th Division. As the group followed them, Tenten asked, What happened to your clothes? I mean, why are your pants ivory now? Kasuke said. That's not unusual. Shinigami sometimes manifest their fighting spirit by imitating their clothes, so don't worry about it. Tenten sighed and said. Though I wonder how this will change him. Kasuke smiled and said. Don't worry, you'll have your own test soon. As he disappeared before Tenten could turn around to ask him what he meant. About an hour later, after leaving Naruto with the 4th Division, they entered a strange complex away from the rest of the city, and Ayam asked. What is this place? Yoruichi said. This is the Shihōin clan compound, Tenten said. Wait, you mean you're a clan member? Saifan said. Don't talk to Lady Yoruichi like that, girl. In a warning voice, Yoruichi said. Relax, Saifan. After all, Tenten and Ayam have earned the favor of the next heir of the Shihōin clan, Saifan said. My apologies, ma'am. I was under the impression that these were just common souls. I was unaware of your relationship with Naruto-sama. So, what are they, may I ask? Concubines, consorts, or fiancés? Tenten spluttered and Ayam gaped, and Yoruichi laughed along with Saifan, who said, Sorry, I couldn't resist. You see, unlike most nobles, Yoruichi-sama is, Yoruichi said. She's trying to say that I don't have a stick up my ass like most nobles. Now let me explain a little history about this place for the two of you. This is the noble house of Shihōin. I am the current head of the Shihōin clan. Minato, my son, though I love him, will not be the next clan head after he finally decides to step down. You see, Minato lost something a long time ago that I want my successor to have. Do any of you girls know what that is? It's something Naruto has, Ayam said. I don't know. I'm still trying to get used to this new Naruto, Tenten said. I don't really know him that well, Yoruichi said. It's fine. I would have been surprised if any of you had figured it out. The answer is simple. Under everything that's happened to him, Naruto has kept his son as an innocent in his heart. Minato lost that when he was fighting in the last war. He killed him when he hardened his heart to do what was right. I think Naruto will always have that, Ayam asked. But why do you want that in your successor? I don't care, Yoruichi waved her hand and said. When you see this place, what do you see? Both girls looked at the yard and saw trees, flowers, birds, and a small stream, Tenten said. I see a beautiful personal garden, Ayam said. I see a quiet and relaxing place, Yoruichi said. Both are true, but there is something else that is here, nature. Each of you looked at the flowers, the birds, the stream, the trees, and focused on one point. Naruto, when he looks at things like this, he takes everything into account. Not just the things that catch your eye, but the things that are also here that don't catch your eye, like the fish in the stream, the short grass to lie on, the way the wind blows through the leaves. All sorts of things that are here that you would miss unless you went looking for it. That is the childlike innocence I want my heir to have. In our lives where life and death are a cycle, to be able to see the world for its true beauty. That is how I live and how I want my clan to be remembered forever. As she closed her eyes during his speech and felt the sun on her skin, both girls were surprised, and Yoruichi said, Well, I guess that's all. I'm sure our guest wants to see you both now. Looking to her left, both girls followed her eyes, and their eyes widened when they saw their mothers there along with 8 other people. Saifan said, I trust you both will stay here at the resort until I return. They both nodded before running to their mothers. After they left, Yoruichi whispered, What are you going after, Sayafan? Sayafan smiled and said, That's my secret, Yoruichi-sama. Well, I must go. Someone needs to be there for him. As she walked away, Yoruichi watched her leave and frowned and thought, What's your game, Sayafan? You haven't been like this since before I left everything behind to go with Kasuke. When Sayafan arrived, where Naruto was resting peacefully, he sat down beside him and brushed his hair away from his face and thought, My secret, indeed, is my secret, my burden, my joy, all in one. Someday it might be revealed and it might destroy me, but for now I will sleep comfortably with that on my mind. Chapter 4. The next day when Naruto woke up he found himself in a white room with a black-haired girl sitting next to his bed asleep, and he looked down and saw a sword beside him in a standard sheath, and he frowned and thought, It was that real yesterday. He felt a voice in the back of his head saying, I am as much a part of you as you are of me. You are my tower and I am your light that shines forever in the darkness to reveal what is hidden. Naruto smirked as he stood up and crossed her back with his sword. A female voice said, Awesome, it's ready in just one day. Naruto turned around and saw the girl awake and looking at him, and asked, Who are you and where am I? The girl said, Isn't it a courtesy to introduce you first, Naruto-san? Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, True, but since you seem to already know me, I don't know if the rules still apply. The girl smiled and said, I'm Captain Sayafan of the 2nd Division of Gotai 13. Naruto frowned for a moment and said, Ah, that means you're part of the Stealth and Assassination Department, Sayafan said. I'm impressed you knew that. I suspect Yoruichi-sama is the reason he was my mentor before she left, and I took her place. Naruto asked. Where am I, Sayafan? Sayafan said. You're currently in the 4th Division, which is the Shinigami Medical Corps. I'm afraid that's all I can answer for you at this time, as Captain Yamamoto is hoping to meet you. Naruto flipped in the air and turned into a cat, and Sayafan smiled as he picked him up by his fur and said, I see you look more like her than I thought. Naruto changed again and said, Strange. Sayafan asked. What? As he led him out of the room he was in, Naruto said, I feel different. Lighter, Sayafan said. It's because you've awakened your spiritual energy, and you're no longer bound to the Q.Bi. Naruto looked at her as they walked and asked, Does everyone here know about that? Sayafan said. No, only the 13 captains do it along with some close family friends. However, there's something I was wondering if you wouldn't mind answering, Naruto asked. I don't see why not, Sayafan asked. Which is better, that kiss to the Uchiha or this one? As she moved faster, Naruto could see and pressed her lips against his. Naruto's eyes widened for a moment as Sayafan pulled away and started walking again. Naruto felt dizzy for a moment before returning to his stage and walking to catch up with Sayafan. When he did, Sayafan said, Don't answer now, I was just curious, which team you batted for is all. Naruto blinked before growling and saying, That was under Sayafan. Sayafan shrugged and said, By the way, not really. A word of advice, never tell anyone who you've kissed or who you haven't kissed, or who you've gone too far with. Sometimes it hurts your relationship and plants seeds of doubt in the woman's mind. Naruto thought about it and asked, Why did you tell me that? Sayafan said, I have a challenge for you. The day you complete it will be the day I answer your question. Deal, Naruto said. Deal, Sayafan said. Beat me in a fight. Naruto said the only thing he could, huh? Sayafan said. You'll understand later. Here now, please show respect to Captain Yamamoto, Naruto. I know it's not your style, but not only is he very powerful, but his duties also weigh heavily on him. Also, don't lie to him, Naruto said. Alright, I'll try to be on my best behavior, Happy, Sayafan said. Yes. Also one last thing, don't tell anyone about our challenge or what I told you. It's a sign of my trust. If you betray it, I won't keep my end of the bargain, Naruto asked. But it was just a simple kiss, wasn't it? Sayafan just smiled and knocked on the door before walking away. Naruto watched her leave as the door opened and a man with an amused look on his face said, Welcome Naruto-san, I'm Chojiro Sasuke, Captain Yamamoto's lieutenant, this way please. As he stepped aside and let Naruto enter, Naruto waited until he closed the door and followed him to another office where Naruto saw a bald man sitting in a chair and said, Hello Naruto, I'm Captain Yamamoto. And Naruto felt the air heat up in the room, and Yamamoto said, "Surprised, you can handle 5% of my power being released. No one below a 7th seed has ever done that," Naruto asked. "Is that why it was hot in here?" Yamamoto nods and says, "Please sit down." Naruto sat on the mat that was placed for him, and Yamamoto asked, "Your Zanpakuto, Naruto, what is its name?" Naruto said. "My what? Oh yeah, he said his name was Kage," Yamamoto said. "Please let go so I can take a good look." Naruto stood up and said, "Glow bright Kage." As he drew his sword from its sheath, the sheath disappeared and the sword changed shape to form a small handle, and a beam of white light shot out of the end. "It's a lightsaber." Yamamoto looked at him, and then at the area around Naruto, and said, "Interesting, your sword is true to its name. All the shadows in this room are gone. It's as if it consumes the shadows in the room. There has never been a light-based Zanpakuto before. There have been some made from shadow before, but yours is extraordinary. I look forward to the day I can use your Bankai, but for now I wish to ask a few questions," Naruto said. "That's all for now, or do you want me to keep it on?" Yamamoto said. "Active. I'm judging your strength because I can tell that, unlike other Zanpakutos, your energy is fueled by your spirit, meaning that to use it effectively in battle you'll have to greatly increase your release time. I can already see your sweat." Naruto nods and Yamamoto asked, "What are your plans, Naruto?" Naruto said, "I don't really know, sir. I mean, before now I always had to live day to day. Now there seems to be some hope for my future," Yamamoto said. "Good answer. If you had talked about revenge or something, I would have killed you on the spot. I will not tolerate someone who is only interested in gaining power for evil purposes. The girls you came here with are already beginning their training. I know you want to spend some time with your family, but at the current time, that will be a distraction. I recently found out about some things that could be just as bad as the Q.Bi attacking Konoha. War is coming to your world, Naruto. I can't tell you when for sure because people are just starting to prepare, but the threat of the Bijou is also very real. I am giving you a task that you cannot tell anyone else about, do you understand?" Naruto said. "Yes," Yamamoto said. "Good, now as you heard from the report Kasuke and Yoruichi made, your parents and the others were sent to your world to prevent a high release of spiritual energy from the others. Now originally I had planned for you and both girls to do the same, but for another thing that has caught my attention only the girls will be responsible for that. You yourself will be different," Naruto asked. "What do you need from me?" When he heard Yamamoto's serious and dead voice, Yamamoto said, "Your mission is the total destruction of all hidden villages." Naruto's eyes were wide open as if the world was ending, and he calmly asked, "Why?" and thought, "This can't be happening." "Why?" Yamamoto said. "Because of the wars and the fear of another war, people have become as powerful as they can, and pretty soon, unless stopped, a single individual would start drawing hollows the moment they die, and if another war were to break out with that heightened spirit release of energy, we couldn't get there in time to stop the hollows. In order to stop this, I've decided it's time for the world to have their memory erased again. If you wipe out large groups of them and destroy the villages, weaker people, so we can finally get them down to a level where we can control them and hopefully heal them so they can return to the normal circle of life. Kami has been feeling acrimony with what's been happening to your world, and if we can't stop it, Kami will simply kill all the humans there and destroy their souls. Do you understand now why I'm asking you this?" Naruto closed his eyes and shook his head. Yamamoto said, "Okay, now remember, you can't tell anyone about this until I say so. Do you accept?" Naruto gulped and said, "Can I ask a few questions?" Yamamoto said. "Very well, considering the circumstances," Naruto asked. "What's going to happen to me after I do it? I mean, I know people in the living world will hate me, but I'm used to that. But I finally have some people who accept me for me. I can't go back to the darkness now that I've been shown the light," Yamamoto said. "I understand, don't worry. Before you leave, I will call a meeting with all the captains in your family and let them know the truth so that way you won't feel like I'm trying to betray you. I'm sending you help, but until you're strong enough, I can't tell you who or what. You must begin training. You won't be learning Kido, you will be training under Squad 11 as well as the second squad. You won't see the girls again until your training is halfway done. In fact, you won't even be training with your family until that point. I need you as strong as possible because when you return we may not be able to help you. Only the team that's going with you will be able to help you. Do you accept? Naruto said. I'll do what must be done. I understand that whatever these hollows are that cause so much fear in everyone that you worry about them in front of demons like Q.Bi, it must be terrible, Yamamoto said. Good. Saya-fan should be waiting for you to begin your training. Don't let anything distract you, Naruto. I think you're the only one available to do this. Dismissed. Naruto got up and left after he resealed his sword, and after he left Yamamoto said, It's done, the boy is pure and shouldn't have to get his hands dirty like that. A figure emerged from the shadows and said, Each of us must play our part in the bigger picture. This test will determine if he is the one. Before vanishing, Naruto walked out of the office and saw Saya-fan, who said, I just got notified, follow me and try to keep up. As he started running, Naruto started running after her, but he was falling further and further behind. 4 hours later Naruto was panting and Saya-fan had taken him to the forest and said, From now until I say otherwise your Zanpakuto is not to be used. Your training starts here. Your jutsu will not work here. This training will work on your stealth, speed, stamina, endurance, and hand-to-hand combat. This is the 2nd Division training grounds. You are not allowed to talk, you are to try to use as much stealth as you can. Every noise you make will be when you are attacked. You will not know when or where you will be attacked or by how many. If you break any of the rules I just stated, your punishment will be 1,000 lashes with a bakken. You are also not allowed to leave the forest here. Ready, begin. As she disappeared, Naruto looked around and said, Well, shit. He was immediately attacked by 3 men dressed in black clothes, and the only thing that could be seen were their eyes. Naruto immediately began to counterattack. While this was happening, Ayam was sweating as her grandfather Yoruichi Shihōin stood aside and said, Good again. Ayam groaned as she drew back her bow and fired at a target. Yuria said, Again, keep going until you hit the bullseye every time, Ayam thought. All I wanted to do was settle down with a good man and have a family, but no, I had to be kidnapped by my own parents and then handed over to my perfectionist grandfather. Tenten sat across from a white-haired teenage girl wearing a long white cloak and finally asked, So, what am I doing here, little one? The teenager said. My name is Toshiro Hitsugaya, and I'm your grandfather. You'd do well to remember that. Now, as for what you're doing here. We're waiting for someone. An orange-haired figure stepped forward and said, So, Iceberg, what do you need my help for? Toshiro looked at the orange-haired man and said, I originally wanted Kisuke here to do this, but he's gone somewhere else, so I need your help. How can you turn a human into a Shinigami without giving them your own powers? I have no choice but to ask you, Ichigo, Ichigo said. That's easy. As he walked towards Tenten while removing his sword from his back. He then said, All you have to do is kill her. As he strikes Tenten with the tip of his sword and pulls it out of her body, Tenten was on the ground and saw a chain connecting her to her body and asked, What the heck was that carrot thing? Ichigo said. Well, I'm turning you into a Shinigami, now find the spirit within you. As he cuts the chain on his soul. Just then, Kisuke walks into the courtyard and says, Oh my god, what's going on here? As he looked around. He then looked at Ichigo, and then at Tenten, and then at Tenten's body and her broken soul chain and said, Ichigo, you do realize that when you did this you were already able to detect spirit energy somewhat well, Ichigo said. Yes, why? Kisuke said. Well, it hasn't gone that far yet, Toshiro shouts, Ichigo, as he drew his sword and began chasing after the orange-haired teen. Tenten, who was panting from the spiritual energy Toshiro and Ichigo were releasing, asked, What do I intend to do? Kisuke said. Die of rudeness. She glared at him and he said, Relax, you still have time. Now listen. Remember when we were on the ship and Naruto got to show everyone the spirit ribbons? Tenten nods and Kisuke said, Well, you remember how they felt, Tenten said. Barely, Kisuke said. Good, I hope that's enough. Now I want you to sit and meditate, and like when you first felt your shaka in the academy, I want you to look for where both energies mix before in you. When you find them now, they should be separated. I want you to follow the spiritual energy in your body and engage your fighting spirit there, but you must hurry. If you take too long, you'll turn into a hollow and I'll have to kill you. Naruto had to go through this already, so I think you can. Tenten nods, closes her eyes, and begins to meditate. After she was meditating, Kisuke stepped back and approached the wall and asked, "So, Yururu, do you think she can do it?" A woman comes out and says, "I think so, sir. After all, she's my granddaughter." Kisuke nods and says, "Yes, you've learned something new from me," Yururu said. "Yes, it should be trained exclusively by Team 2 and Team 11, Kisuke frowned and asked. "Why would they put him with the most hands in the fighting squads? Something big is going on." "I don't know what," Yururu said. "I don't know, sir. Yamamoto-sama is playing it close to the chest, so to speak, and also Saifan is up to something too. I observed her kissing him as they left the 4th squad compound." Kisuke nods and says, "Well, if Tenten passes this test, I want you to start training her in close-range weapons. She can already summon weapons with her spirit energy, even if she doesn't realize she's doing it, but she mostly believes she has to be a long-range fighter. If she ever has to go in close quarters, she'll be in trouble," Yururu said. "Yes, sir, I'll have Jintakun help me," Kisuke said. "Okay, well, I need to prepare. It seems he has found the center of his soul." When he saw energy coming out of Tenten, Yururu smiles as she turns to leave and thinks, "I can't believe how we're all paired up. It's really weird. Ichigo and Orihime had Kushina, Kisuke and Yoruichi had Minata, Toshiro and Momo had Dustin, Jintakuin and I had Emi, Ishida and Nimya had Emi, and Chad and Tatsuki had Tuchi. What's weird is that each of our children and grandchildren had some of our abilities. Tenten seems to have my ability to summon weapons with our energy. Ayam seems to be a Quincy like her mother and grandfather, and as for Naruto, his abilities are unknown at the moment." Tenten walked down a long walkway surrounded by fireflies and came across a lake reflecting the night sky. She looked around and didn't see anyone. She said, "Hey, anyone here?" A man with blonde hair and a ponytail and a red coat came out and said, "Hello, Tenten," Tenten said. "Hi, who are you?" the man said. "My name is," Tenten asked. "What?" "I couldn't get your name," the man said. "You are not ready to hear my name, and you do not yet need my power. In time you will be, but for now, walk with me at your side." He stepped aside and showed a sword in a stone near the lake. Tenten walked over to the sword and pulled it out, and her world went black before she opened her eyes and found her Zanpakuto sitting in her lap. Kisuke said, "Well, that was anticlimactic. I thought I might have to freak out for a moment, but you just took out your Zanpakuto." "So, what's its name?" Tenten said. "I don't know. The man said she wasn't ready yet," Kisuke said. "Well, that's for the best. Come, now that you have your Zanpakuto, we can begin your real training." For the next 2 months, Naruto trained with Squad 2, Tenten trained with her family, and Ayam trained with her family. Naruto stood in front of a circle of bodies lying on the ground, and Saifan said, "Very well, Naruto, you have become a master in hand-to-hand combat. Your stealth skills have increased to where no one except me can track you, as well as your other skills. Today is the day I hand you over to Squad 11 to begin learning the proper way to fight with the Zanpakuto. However, I ask that you do not use it until we meet again." Naruto nods and turns before walking away. As he walked, Saifan thought, "You've made me proud, Naruto. You've reached a level that only a select few could reach." At that moment, a water balloon fell on her head, soaking her in ice-cold water, and she shouted "Naruto" as she searched for it, but all she could hear was laughter as it faded away. When he returned to the 2nd squad compound, he saw a smiling Yoruichi leaning against a wall and said, "Tell me, what have you been training him in?" Saifan looked around and said, "His final test was to fight the entire 2nd division except me, which he did and won." "He's fine," Yoruichi said. "Really, he's already reached Bankai," Saifan said. "Honestly, I don't know. I wouldn't let him use his Zanpakuto." Yoruichi's eyes widened and she said, "Wait a minute, you're telling me he beat the entire 2nd squad in a one-on-one? What did you do?" "Train him 24/7, Saifan said. "Actually, yes. He never took a break. We only stopped when he passed out, and after he had 6 hours of sleep, we started again. No words, just action and reaction, attacks, defense, blocking." Yoruichi asked. "What are you playing at, Saifan?" What do you hope to do by training him to such a degree? Saiyaphon smiled and walked in, saying, Later. Ignoring Yoruichi's request for answers, Naruto walked towards where he was told Squad 11 was when he heard a voice say, Hey Kenny, I think that's him. Causing him to look up only to roll to the side as a sword struck where he was standing a moment before. Naruto looked and saw a man with an eye patch and a pink-haired girl on his shoulder, and the man said, Then your Naruto is right. Naruto's sweat dropped and said, Wait, you attacked me without knowing who I am. The man stood up and was over a foot taller than Naruto and said, Yes. I am Captain Zaraki Kenpachi and this is my second Ichigo. Now show me your determination and fight me. Naruto stood up and got into a fighting stance and Kenpachi looked at him and turned around before starting to walk away. Naruto blinked and asked, What? Kenpachi said. You are weak, you dishonor me by refusing to use your Zanpakuto. Until you prove to me that you are a worthy opponent, I will not fight you. You are a disgrace to your ancestors. Naruto blinked and asked, What's going on? A voice said. You just insulted his honor. It's not beautiful to do so. You should make yourself beautiful before he fights you himself. When Naruto looked up and saw a man with strange eyebrows and a strange haircut, and thought, Man, I thought Lee and Guy were bad, but this is ridiculous. And asked, Who are you? The man said. Forgive me for not introducing myself. I'm 5th Seat Yumachika Ayasegawa of Squad 11. You're Naruto, right? Naruto nods and Yumachika said, Okay, please follow me and we will begin your training. Naruto sighs and begins to follow. 20 minutes later, they enter a dojo and see several people sparring with Bakken. A bald man shouted as he rested his Bakken on his shoulders. Ah, fresh meat. Someone give this kid a Bakken so we can fight. 2 men ran to the side and grabbed one each and brought him to Naruto, who blinked and grabbed one and the bald man shouted, Good, now he's a challenger. Fight him. Pointing at the one who still had a Bakken in his hand and at Naruto. Before Naruto knew it, he had to block as the other man started pushing him back without giving him the chance to attack. After about 5 minutes, the bald man shouted, Come on. Can't you fight? Leave your fighting spirit here, let's see you're not a faggot. Did that weakling from the 2nd Division take care of you? Can't you fight? Naruto blocked the next blow, closed his eyes, and had a flashback. Naruto sat by a stream, his head in Saiyaphon's lap, his eyes closed as she rubbed his hair. Every day they came here for lunch and relaxed. Naruto finally broke the silence and asked, Why are you treating me like this? Saiyaphon asked. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Why do you treat me differently than the others under your command? Saiyaphon smiled and said, Because you're not under my command. You're my superior. Naruto opened his eyes and asked, What? Saiyaphon said. The 2nd Division was originally created for the purpose of protecting the Shihōin clan. You are the last Shihōin. I was your grandmother's personal bodyguard when I was younger. I believed at the time my only duty was to serve as a guard. Yoruichi showed me that I could become more. I wasn't bound to the life of servitude by duty but by choice. We grew close and in the moment we became close. I don't know what way you could describe us. Sometimes we were best friends, other times we were like mother and daughter, and other times I thought we were as close to being lovers as you could get without getting physical. One day she disappeared and was branded a traitor. Then when the war with Aizen hit, she came back. We fought then and nearly killed each other. Naruto's eyes widened and she continued. In the end, he taught me one last lesson in life. Something I didn't know until that moment, Naruto asked. What was it? As he hung on his words as he heard the emotions in Saiyaphon's words, Saiyaphon said, She taught me that when you truly care about something, you will go to the depths of hell to protect it and keep it safe. Only when you have something you hold truly precious will you find the strength to protect it. She taught me that and she saw me throwing my life away doing my duty to the Shihōin clan, so she set me free. It hurt at the time but I later understood why, Naruto asked. So is the reason why you're like this with me out of duty or because of my grandmother? As he sat down and looked at her, Saiyaphon said, No, my choice to be like this with you is totally different. As she kissed him on the lips, after she pulled away, she pushed him back onto her lap and started rubbing his hair again. Naruto thought for a moment and thought, Only when you hold something precious to you can you find true strength. As he closed his eyes and remembered Irika, Sandame, Tuchi, Dustin, Tenten, Iam, Yoruichi, Kisuke, and then he looked at Saifan and thought, "My precious people. You are my light and I shall become yours." End of flashback. Naruto opened his eyes and, as he blocked the next blow, said, "Baldhead, how many of these fools do I have to beat before I get the chance to kick your ass?" the bald man said. "Impress me," Naruto smiled and said, "With pleasure." As he charged and blocked the next blow, bringing his Bakken up the other man's Bakken until they were at hilts. He then headbutted the other man and swung both his and the other's Bakken to the left, and as he finished the swing before the other man could defend himself, Naruto put his Bakken against the side of the man's neck and said, "That's one. Who's next?" Another man stepped forward and said, "That would be me." Naruto smiled an evil grin and said, "Let's dance." Before the man knew what happened, Naruto was upon him like a madman. 20 men later, Naruto said, "Who's next?" the bald man said. "I am. Third seat Ikaku Madarame." As he walked into the middle of the ring, Naruto said, "By the way, next time you call Saifan a weakling, I'll kill you." As he charged towards Ikaku at a fast pace and the baseball slid under Ikaku, pushing his Bakken up as it did so, connecting with the man's family jewels. Everyone winced as Ikaku fell to the ground holding his groin, and Naruto stood up and said, "Do you understand, Baldy?" An officer who was not sitting shouted, "Who are you to attack the third seat Ikaku like that?" Naruto stood up and said, "My name is," a voice said, "Naruto Shihōin," causing everyone to turn and look, and Naruto's eyes widened and he said in a stuttering voice, "Dad?" There stood Minato Namikaze and said, "Hello, Naruto." Naruto said, "What are you doing here, Dad?" Minato said, "I'm the fourth seat of Squad 11, Naruto." "Mom informed me that you've been told about us," Naruto asked. "Dad, where's Mom and why did you call me Shihōin?" "I mean, I know that's Grandma Yoruichi's last name, but," Minato said, "your mother and I received our last names when we left the orphanages we came from. I wanted to prove myself in the human world, so I changed my last name. As for your mother, she is in the fifth seat in the fourth squad. Your mother was the same as me and wanted to prove ourselves. Now that we have returned to Soul Society, we have our names back, and if you want, you can reclaim our last name now." Naruto smiled and said, "I'd like that," Minato said. "Good, now get ready, I can't let you land a low blow like that on my son's squad member, or not so." As he charged Naruto with a Bakken, Naruto was forced to go on the defensive again, and Minato was gaining speed with every attack he used as Naruto matched him. The others watched as they fought, and then Naruto's feet were swept out from under him, and he fell down, and Minato brought his Bakken up to Naruto's neck and asked, "Are you giving up?" Naruto sighed and said, "Yes." Minato smiled and said, "You heard him, men, he surrenders." "What's the rule of the 11th squad?" everyone said. "Never give up," Minato asked. "What do we do with those who do that?" everyone shouted. "Punishment." Naruto paled as everyone took out Bakken and started attacking him with mob brutality. He found that he somehow couldn't use his spiritual energy at the moment, and saw the floor glowing, and Minato said as Naruto fought, "This is the way things work in Naruto 11. We never give up, believing that it is better to die in battle than to live in disgrace, and anyone who disgraces themselves by running has to fight everyone who watched them disgrace themselves without the use of spiritual energy." Naruto looked at him and said, "That's it, I hate all the men in my family. They're all idiots." Minato shrugged as he prepared himself and said, "It's hereditary," while hitting Naruto on the back. For the next hour, Naruto gave it his all, but the mob's brutality won out in the end. When he was unconscious on the ground, Minato said, "All right, let's take him to Squad 4 to heal and see if he's learned his lesson." A member who was not sitting chose Naruto and asked, "Do you want to come, sir?" Minato said. "And look at my wife when she finds out how I got involved. You must be new," the man said. "Yes, sir, he just left the academy." Minato looked at him and said, "That means you don't know my wife. Her name is Kushina. She's also known as the Red Death. Not just in the human world, but here as well. She may be in the 4th squad, but she can fight on equal footing with her father, Captain Ichigo of the 5th Division. She's only in the 4th squad because she can heal as well as she can kill. Now this is our only son, whom we had to leave in the mortal world an hour after he was born. What do you think she'll do when she sees her beaten son being brought in since she hasn't seen him yet? For you to find that answer, take him there." The man gulped, picked Naruto up, and carried him away. Kenpachi asked. "Don't you think it might have been a little difficult?" Minato said. "No, if you want to get into this squad, you need to learn to never fight someone who won't kill you, just castrate you." Kenpachi nods and says, "You're right. Now get everyone back to work. It took you a long time to deal with the kid, and he beat up some of you. I won't tolerate weaklings under my command." Chapter 5. When Naruto woke up, he heard the sound of moans and groans coming from the next room and looked and said, "It looks like the 4th squad," a female voice said. "Very good, son." Naruto sat down and looked at a red-haired woman sitting there and asked, "Mom?" Kushina nods and Naruto yells, "M.O.M." as he jumped out of bed and hugged her in a hug that resulted in both of them falling out of the chair and onto the floor. They both hugged and then laughed, and Kushina asked, "How have you been, son?" Naruto's smile faltered for a moment, and he said, "Fine." Putting on his fake smile, Kushina frowned at him and said, "Son, I know about your life. I meant how have you been since you've been here?" Naruto said. "Well, Sayafan-chan is great. However, Dad died when I returned to Squad 11. Besides that, I can't really say much. I've mainly been training," Kushina said. "Yes, Captain Yamamoto already sent word that this is not the time for a social visit. After you can leave again, you must report to Team 11. With a frown, Naruto said. "Don't worry, Mom, I just have to get halfway through my training, then we can spend time together," Kushina said. "Yeah, I know. Tenten and Iam have been asking about you. I think they like you." Naruto looked confused and said, "I don't know what to say, Mom. I care for both of us, but I don't know if it's just friendly or if it's something more. There's also someone else I have feelings for, but I don't know what it is either." "I don't have much experience with these feelings," Kushina asked. "Well, how does it feel? Maybe I can help you." Naruto then looked down for a moment and said, "Maybe later, I need more time to think," Kushina said. "Very well, your wounds are now healed and you can return anytime. As for Ikaku, he'll be here a little longer along with the man who brought you. He had a minor accident," Naruto said. "Well, I'd better go, Mom. I still have a lot to do in a short time." Kushina nods and Naruto quickly left. After he left, she thought, "What's wrong, son? Why are things so difficult right now? I thought we could spend all day catching up. Well, time to check on my 2 patients. However, I need to talk to Sayafan and find out what his intentions are for my son. 3 possible girls after him. Seems like he's got his grandfather's charm. Damn, Dad, why did your genes infect my son? I just hope he's not clueless too." When Kushina entered the room where her 2 patients were, she snapped and said, "So, Ikaku, tell me, what did you say to piss off my son?" Ikaku paled as the other man who has tubes in his throat and 7 IVs groaned at his voice. Meanwhile, Naruto walked towards the 11th division and thought, "No matter how I feel about those 3, when they find out what I have to do they will hate me, at least Tenten and Iam will. They will both know that I am the person who killed all their friends in Konoha. Sayafan will probably hate me too." As he stopped and looked up at the sky before closing his eyes and letting a tear fall, Arachnokage said, "Do you lack the determination to do what is right?" Naruto thought. "But who has the right to judge what is right? Why should I listen to Yamamoto? If his orders were made I would follow them, but it's too close to the way the villagers were with me for my liking. I mean, just because Q.Bi could be released they wanted to kill me, and yet there were those who stood up for me so I could live to this point. Just because Hollows could come doesn't mean we should kill them. It's just not right," Kage asked. "So why follow orders when you know they're wrong? If you follow orders, what does that make you feel?" Naruto thought and said. "He turns me on, piece of shit," Kage asked. "And what happens if you don't follow orders?" Naruto blinked and looked at the sun and thought. "It could cost me my life because I might have to fight Yamamoto or any other Shinigami," Kage asked. "But what about your precious people?" Naruto thought and said. "I am the light that shines brightly for them. Each light burns brighter before it goes out. If I must burn so bright, even Kami will notice to save those lives, then I will do it," Kage said. "Your resolve is set, But what about the people who have rejected and hated you all your life? Naruto thought. They may hate me, but I can understand why. The pain of loss and loneliness is far greater than anyone could believe. It's not my place to judge their souls, but they deserve a chance at redemption, Kaiga said. Then if that is your choice and your resolve is set, then I will be your power. You know my name and you know that I am the shadow behind your light. Now you have my power to add to yours until the end. Burn brighter than the sun. Show the world your determination now and bring out my true power. Naruto took out his Zanpakuto and said, Glow bright Arachner Kage. And his Zanpakuto activated. Naruto then flicked his wrist to the side and said, Bankei. A white light shone over the entire Soul Society, attracting everyone's attention until it finally faded away. When it finally faded, Naruto was now standing in a white sleeveless jacket like a captain, and his Zanpakuto was now double-bladed. A blade coming out of both ends. 6 figures landed on the roofs around them, among them Captain Yamamoto, who asked, Why did you release Bankai Naruto? Naruto's eyes flicked past before his Zanpakuto faded back to normal as he fell towards the ground, only to be caught by Yoruichi, who had appeared with the others who had arrived. She checked it and said, It seems as if it was his initial release, sir. He and his Zanpakuto must have come to an agreement to receive it. Yamamoto nodded and said, Very well, since Bankai are usually only awakened during combat or intense mental stress, I'm going to assume it was mental stress. Yoruichi, please take him to speak with Captain Shunsui Kairaku of the 8th Division. No one understands mental states better than he does. I'm not really worried about this, but I want to make sure that one as promising as Naruto seems doesn't fall into depression, Yoruichi said. Thank you, sir. As she picked him up and carried him away. After she left, Yamamoto said, That's all, everyone, you can go. As everyone left, Yamamoto asked, Is there something on your mind, Sayafan? Sayafan said, Yes, sir. When I was training you, sir, I would take 1 hour a day to allow you to find emotional balance while talking about anything you experienced about your training. I know that's unheard of, but when we train around 36 hours a day, sir, I felt it would be acceptable. I would like to request that you continue that when possible with your new training, Yamamoto said. I'll take it as advice. But Naruto is no longer training with you and your duties with your squad are too important for you to try to see him every day. I'll think about what to do about it if I accept your request. Rejected. Sayafan nods and leaves, and Yamamoto thought. Interesting, his determination has formed, but to what benefit will he lean? After she left, Sayafan thought. What's wrong, Naruto? What bothered you so much to form your Bankai? Yoruichi looked at her grandson and thought. What's wrong, Naruto? That kind of release, while not unheard of, is usually associated with someone close to you dying, such as a spouse or child. When Naruto woke up, he found himself lying on a roof and saw the sky above him and groaned as he sat up and saw a man in a pink coat sitting under an umbrella on the next roof. The man said, Hello, Naruto, how's life? Naruto said. Death sometimes seems favorable to life, the man said. That's true, very true. The names of Captain Shunsui Kairaku of the 8th Division, Naruto said. Naruto Shihōin, Kairaku said. It's a pleasure to meet you. So tell me, what's up? Naruto blinked and said. The sky, Kairaku smiled and said. A man after my own heart. Tell me about you, Naruto. I mean, I heard all sorts of stories about you from my fellow captains and the surveillance team from when you were in Konoha, but I never heard that stuff. I'd rather not know and then find out from the shadows, Naruto asked. What do you want to know? Kairaku said. Well, do you have a girl you like? Naruto asked. What do you mean? Kairaku said. I mean, do you have any women you like, you know, lust, love, something like that? Naruto looked away and said. I don't know, Kairaku asked. What do you mean? Do you like the most beautiful creatures in the world or not? Naruto said. For those who live in the shadows, they cannot look upon the beauties of the world. They do not go to the light because it would dim them both. With his eyes closed as he lay down, Kairaku asked. And which would you be? Light or shadow? With narrowed eyes, Naruto said. I am the shadow behind the light. Without the shadow, the light would be diminished, but without the light, the shadow will still be there, Kairaku asked. What are you afraid of? Naruto opened his eyes and said nothing, as he disappeared using flash step. Kayaraka leaned back and said, "That's sad," as he took his hat and drank some sake before standing up and starting to leave. Naruto appeared atop Sokyoko overlooking Seoul society and sat down to think. A few hours later, the 13 court captains were all gathered together, and Yamamoto asked, "What did you request for this meeting regarding Kayaraka?" Kayaraka stepped forward and said, "Sir, I would like you to ask me some questions about Naruto Shihōin." Several of the captains immediately stood out, and Yamamoto asked, "Is this important enough to request all the captains?" Kayaraka said, "Sir, if what I've learned from talking to him is true, then we might have someone who could become another Lord Aizen." The eyes of each of the captains widened at this moment, and Saifan gasped slightly. Yamamoto said, "Very well, you may ask your questions." "We can't handle another threat like Aizen," Kayaraka said. "Who is he really close to? I mean, who could he turn to for help if he needed it?" Yamamoto said. "Saifan, when you were training, who was closest?" Saifan gulped and said, "Apart from me, no one, sir. As I told you before, to keep you from getting burned out, I'd have you spend an hour relaxing and offer you moral support and advice if you needed it. Like anyone else, he has some things he considers precious to him, but other than that, he feels as if he's been betrayed by them on some level." Yamamoto asked. "Who are the two?" Saifan said. "Tenten and I am, sir, the two girls you came here with," Kayaraka asked. "Your precious people, as you called them, why did you feel betrayed by them?" "The Sandaime Hokage who protected him throughout his life feels betrayed as well because he lied to him his entire life about why he was hurt and who his parents were. The last person he feels betrayed by is Irika, a teacher at the academy, because until Naruto actually saved his life, he would single him out to make those his age mistreat him through humiliation," Kayaraka said. "I see. Sir, my last question is for you about Naruto," Yamamoto asked. "Oh, and what is that?" Kayaraka asked. "What orders have you given him? I mean, what is his true objective?" Everyone was surprised by the question, and Yamamoto asked, "Why do you think I gave them an order, or that if I did they would be important to this?" Kayaraka said. "Because he is willing to die so that those he feels for won't be touched by what he must do. He calls himself a shadow that will live without light, but the light would be destroyed by the shadow that he is going to be. So that tells me that he has something that he must do that is going to destroy him, and he doesn't want those close to him to be affected by it, and the only person that could truly touch him in any way is you, because you are the only person that can control the fates of his loved ones. I figure that you are the one who must be the one that has him doing something that is destroying him. Whatever his choice is about what you have him doing, he is willing to die for it," Saifan asked. "How can you be sure he's willing to die?" Kayaraka said. "Because when I asked him what he feared, his resolve showed itself as true as a bankai, and he told me nothing. Everyone is afraid, except those who are already ready to die. Now I ask, what is it that you have him truly training for?" Yamamoto stood still for a few moments and said, "Very well. I wasn't planning on telling any of you this until your training was complete. The two girls that came with him are going to go back to controlling the amount of spiritual energy that is going to be released like their parents. Though Naruto has a different mission. His mission is the total destruction of all ninja villages along with all the ninja in them." All the captains were dumbfounded at this, and Saifan asked, Why him? Why do that?" "He hasn't done it since," Yamamoto said. "The humans in the elemental villages are becoming too powerful. It won't be long before they're capable of extracting hollows from a single kill, and we can't get there in time to save them. Kami is also getting upset with what's happening there with the creatures possessing that world. If we don't take drastic action soon, I'm afraid Kami will. As for why him, he's the only one I can see who could do it without raising too many questions while we wait to erase the memories of everyone present." "Now answer that to your question," Kayaraka said in a low voice. "Yes," Yamamoto asked. "Do you still think Naruto will become another Aizen?" Kayaraka said. "I don't know, sir. I only think so because I was afraid he was going to seek revenge on the villages and anyone who stood in his way for what happened to him." "For those to be your orders, I withdraw my comment," Yamamoto said. "All right, I want everyone to keep an eye on him, and I want you to stay on top of this until I say so. I don't want any more pressure put on him than there already is." You're all fired." As they left, Yamamoto watched them go, and when the door closed he slumped in his chair and said, "So it has begun, my old friend." The figure from before appeared and said, "Yes. The boys' resolve is set, and only time will tell if they're truly ready for what's to come." While the meeting with the captains was taking place, Naruto was deep in thought when a figure appeared and said, "Hello, Naruto." Naruto sighed and said, "Does everyone here know me?" The figure said, "Only those of importance." Naruto turned to look at the man who looked to be in his early 30s with brown hair and brown eyes and actually looked plain, and Naruto asked, "Who are you?" The man said, "Just anyone with any information." Naruto asked, "What kind of information?" The man said, "I know you need to get stronger for the reason you fight." "Like all Shinigami," Naruto said. "So what, you're going to train me too?" "I already have enough teachers," the man said. "No, you see, I know what Yamamoto asked you to do," Naruto said. "I don't know what you're talking about." He looked at the man as he got into a ready position if he needed to fight. "Past experience with people like Mizuki having information has been bad," the man said. "I know he wants you to destroy all the hidden villages. To save all the people from the hollows for fear of what might happen." Naruto said nothing, and the man said, "What if I told you there was another way to deal with this problem? A way that would be better for you in the long run, but that meant if you failed it would mean certain death. However, if you won you would still have to prove your power. A way that would mean you wouldn't have to kill all those people," Naruto asked. "Suppose I'm interested, what would I have to do?" the man said. "If you don't want to kill the body, kill the disease." Naruto thought for a moment, and narrowed his eyes and said, "So you're saying that instead of killing the ninja I need to kill the hollows? If it's that simple, why don't the Shinigami do it themselves?" the man said. "You are smarter than you pretended to be. The answer is simple. To defeat the hollows, you would have to wait for them to come after the humans, or go after them where they live. You would have to go into the darkness, where evil thrives and light is destroyed. You would have to match an enemy for an eternity. You would have to match the evil of the heart, and the fear that creates it," Naruto said. "So I'd have to go to Hueco Mundo. Is that what you're telling me? And do what?" "Surely I couldn't kill all the hollows there," the man said. "True, but you don't need to kill all the hollows there. Tell me, haven't you discovered what your Zanpakuto power really is?" Naruto blinked and said, "Not really, I haven't really had a chance to use my Zanpakuto yet." "How do you know what it does when I don't?" the man said. "Don't worry about how I know that. You'll learn that answer only if you survive. Now you remember what happened when you released your Zanpakuto in the tunnel and then in Yamamoto's office. He even mentioned it if you recall." Naruto thought about flashback. Yamamoto looked at him, and then at the area around Naruto and said, "Interesting, your sword is true to its name. All the shadows in this room are gone. It's as if it consumes the shadows in the room. There has never been a light-based Zanpakuto before. There have been some made from shadow before, but yours is remarkable. I look forward to the day you can use your Bankai, but for now I wish to ask a few questions." End of flashback, Naruto said. "I remember, he said it was like I consumed the shadows in the room," the man said. "Look at your shadow, Naruto." Naruto looked down and noticed that he didn't have a shadow. He then looked up and noticed that the other man's shadow that should be moving away from them due to the sunlight was actually heading towards Naruto, and small specks were being destroyed as it got closer to Naruto. Naruto said, "It's really consuming the shadows, even when it's not released." The man nods and says, "Correct, your Zanpakuto feeds on darkness. You yourself have said that without shadow, light would diminish, but without light, shadow will still be there. That is, in essence, a truth of the universe." Naruto looked at the man and said, "Who are you really?" "You're not from Soul Society," the man said. "Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, you'll have to find out for yourself," Naruto asked. "You said if I succeeded I'd still have to prove myself." "What do you mean?" the man said. "What I mean is, even if you went to Hueco Mundo and came back, you'd still have the problem of Yamamoto. He's determined to destroy the hidden villages. He'll use Soul Society against you. The only way to stop him is to kill him," Naruto said. "No, killing him won't change anything. Going to Hueco Mundo won't change anything other than possibly getting killed. I wouldn't be able to kill all the hollows there, so I wouldn't be able to save the people. Yamamoto said Kami was getting angry at the people. Somehow there has to be a way to save them while stopping the threat of Kami destroying them and keeping the hollows from coming after them. The man looked at Naruto and said, "To be so pure still, tell me, what would you do if you had to choose? How would you have to decide how to handle this mess?" Naruto sighed and said as he turned his back on the man, "There is only one thing that can be done, the same as has been done for all ages. Fight your battles as they come. Do what you think is best at the time. Save what you can and remember what you lost." As he sat down, the man said, "The truth is just the truth. Deep down, you know this has to be done, but you fight it. Do you think you can win?" Naruto said, "I must fight my fights when they come to me. I don't know if I can win, but I know I won't go out without a hit," the man said. "Then fight well and do what you think is best." As he charged towards Naruto, Naruto didn't have time to react before he was pushed off the side of the cliff. As he began to fall, he began gathering his spirit particles to walk on air when a portal appeared below him, and he dived into it. The man said, "Good luck, Naruto." As he disappeared, Chapter 6, Naruto blinked as he hit the hard ground and looked around and said, "Where the hell am I?" An eerie voice said, "A Shinigami came all the way here to be eaten. Well, I can't let a delicious morsel like this get away." And Naruto turned around and saw a black creature with a white mask about 20 feet tall, and Naruto thought, "Shit, a hollow." Remembering how Sayafan described them, he grabbed his Zanpakuto and brought it out while saying, "Shine brightly, Arachnarkage." As it turned into a single blade of white light, the hollow lunged at Naruto, who jumped away from the blow and quickly stepped in front of the hollow, and swung his Zanpakuto through the mask, cutting it in half. When Naruto did so, the mask broke and the hollow did not die as usual, but instead turned back into a human soul. Naruto blinked at the now 60-year-old man and thought, "What the heck?" Kage's voice said. "I only have 3 abilities. One is to consume all shadows and turn them into spirit particles for you. The second ability is what you see now. I purify the souls of any hollow you kill without killing the souls like any other Shinigami does. The last ability I will reveal to you when I think you are ready." Naruto looked at the man and said, "Hey buddy, are you okay?" The man was trembling and said in a weak, scared voice, "Yes," Naruto said. "Well, I guess you might as well come with me because I don't know how to send souls back to Soul Society. I only know how to fight. I don't even know where I am right now," the man said. "Hyuko Mundo. I've been here for 20 years. It was terrible the time I was here," Naruto said. "Hyuko Mundo, huh? I remember hearing about how my grandparents came here a long time ago and fought. I need to get to a place called Las Noches, and there I can find the tunnel to the real world," the man said. "It's on the surface. We're underground. I don't know how to get there," Naruto said. "Well, I guess we'll have to look for more hollows then. If I can free a few more, maybe one of them will know how to get out of here. Just stay close and I'll get you out of here, old man." The man nods and Naruto starts to walk away. Back in Soul Society, Tenten dodged to the left to avoid getting hit with a club before spinning kicking the guy she was fighting, only to have to jump as several rockets hit the ground where she was standing a moment before, and thought, "Damn, my grandparents are such a pain. I wonder how the other 2 are doing?" As she reached for her sword, Ayam was running across the rooftops shooting arrows as fast as she could while Ishida was shooting as well. Every shot she made he would destroy the arrow with one of his own, and she thought, "Damn, how am I supposed to be able to hit him if he blocks every arrow I shoot? How was I supposed to know that saying Quincy looked weak compared to Shinigami would piss him off?" As she jumped in the air only for Ishida to change from shooting 1 arrow to hundreds, and she thought, "Oh shit." Sayafan ran all over Soul Society looking for Naruto, but still hadn't been able to find him since the meeting he left a few hours earlier. Time jumped 2 months later. Naruto looked at the group of souls he had released and looked at one group in particular and thought, "So that Shinigami can also be consumed by hollows, huh?" It was a shock when I released them. 1 captain, 4 seated officers and 20 non-seated officers. I don't mean a wizard. Kid, Grandpa and I are going to have a long talk later when I get the chance. I can't believe he's a wizard." Then he looked at the others and counted with his eyes. 1,200 souls, give or take a couple of hundred. And said Tosen, the Shinigami captain said. "Yes, Naruto-sama," Naruto said. Are you sure you can open the portal to Soul Society? Tosen said. Yes, sir. When Aizen, Jin, and I defected from Soul Society, we used this portal. It was the reason the execution grounds were placed where they were, because any hollow that arrived at that point would have been destroyed. But during our escape, the substitute Shinigami Ichigo destroyed the weapon that would have prevented us from returning. Naruto sighs and says, Fine. I promise I'll ask for a short presentation when we get back. I can't promise it'll do any good, but with the help you've given me since I came back from being a hollow, as well as the information on the new hollow levels, I might be able to at least give you a chance to make your case. I don't know what good it will do, though, Tosen said. I understand, and for what it's worth, thank you. I am guilty, there is no doubt about my crimes, and if I am to be executed, then I have no right to pardon. The freedom you showed me after the hollow consumed my soul is payment enough. Naruto nods and said, Hiyori. The blonde wizard girl yells. What? Naruto said. Remember what I told you. If shit hits the fan, find Kisuke and tell him I sent you, and tell him to get your ass out of there and to get that bucking asshole out of his mouth. Hiyori smiled and said, Can I slap him a few times? Naruto said. If you can with Grandma Yoruichi, she laughs and says. I can do it. Naruto nods and looks at everyone and said, Alright everyone, listen. When the portal opens, I want all Shinigami to wait until at least half of the normal souls have passed through, and then all other Shinigami to pass through and alert whoever is in charge. Naruto Shihōin will bring in freed souls, and for Yamamoto to come and bring the second division to arrest a surrendering traitor named Tosen. He and I will be the last to pass, since he has to stay behind to open the portal, and I will keep an eye on him in case any hollows try to reach Soul Society. If you are asked to hand over your Zanpakuto, then do so and don't fight. Don't worry about Yamamoto, I will take care of him. Do you all understand? After seeing that everyone seemed to have heard him, he turned to Tosen and said, Whenever you're ready. Tosen nods and walks towards an arch and immerses his Zanpakuto into the side, and it begins to glow before showing Sokyoko, the execution ground. Naruto said, Okay, move. Within Soul Society, it's been a long 2 months for those who knew or cared about Naruto. Everyone took his disappearance very hard. Tenten and Iam cracked down on his training and vowed to find him. Sayafun was a different case. She isolated herself from everyone and only appeared when summoned. Yamamoto ordered a full search of Soul Society for him, but no trace could be found. Above the Sokyoko, the sky began to swirl with black clouds as a golden portal opened above the ground. Alarms began to sound as people were seen slowly floating out of the portal. Everyone in Soul Society heard the alarms and could see the portal opening, and several squads of Shinigami began heading toward the Sokyoko to prepare for an attack. Each of the captains began heading toward the command room where Yamamoto would direct the orders. Yamamoto was in his office drinking some tea when the alarms started blaring, shouting that an unknown door was opening on the Sokyoko. He took a sip of tea and thought, There's never a good time for tea. As he sat down and stood up before taking a quick step toward where all the captains had gathered. When he appeared, he saw a very surprised Kamamaru and Sayafun, who quickly moved away before giving orders, and some captains who were also in shock, but not as much as the two who left. Yamamoto said. Report, Kairaku said. It seems Naruto Shihōin has returned and has a group of freed souls as well as freed Shinigami that had become hollows but have somehow returned. Among them is a Tosen who surrendered. The portal is directly from Hueco Mundo. They are requesting that you and the second squad come and handle the situation while they take Tosen prisoner. The Shinigami that came already said that Tosen has information of new hollows that he wishes to give information on before their sentence is passed. They will use their Zanpakuto the moment they pass. That is all we have right now, sir. Yamamoto frowned and asked. Any indication as to how Naruto got to Hueco Mundo? Kairaku said. No, sir, Yamamoto said. Very well. For the moment, consider Naruto a possible hostile target. I want every squad to stand by until I give the orders. Dismissed. Each of the captains left, and Yamamoto said, I was eager to finish my tea. As he walked away, as Naruto and Tosen fell towards the ground below, Naruto saw that things were tense, and the second squad was already there, and Naruto saw that each of the Shinigami that had come from Hueco Mundo were having their Zanpakutos removed and said, "Well, looks like things are going to be alright, Tosen," Tosen said. "No, it seems there are two angry people waiting for us downstairs. I recognize both of them, and I imagine one of them is waiting for you," Naruto said. "Really, who?" As he looked at the blind man, Tosen turned his head towards Naruto and said, "Captain Kamamaru and Captain Saifan." At that moment a shout of "Bankei" was heard, drawing everyone's attention. Naruto looked and said, "Shit," as he quickly passed in front of Hayuri, already taking out his Zanpakuto and blocking Zangetsu. Ichigo, who was holding Zangetsu, said, "Naruto, move aside." "She's dangerous," Naruto said. "Stand down, the wizard is under my protection along with Tosen and everyone else I brought here. If I must fight to defend them, I will, and believe me when I say you can't beat me." Naruto blinked and disappeared, only to reappear a moment later with a leg sweep blocking Saiyafan's leg where she tried to attack him from behind. Ichigo started to make a move on Hayuri and Naruto said, "That's Bankei." Suddenly, a blinding white light filled the entire area, and then another shout of "Purifying light!" came from Naruto as he split his now double-bladed sword into two swords and flipped his wrist, and both blades met. At that moment, the entire hill was covered in a white light. No one could see anything. Ichigo asked, "What is this?" As he looked around trying to see, Naruto's voice echoed through the blackout and said, "This is the ultimate power of my Zanpakuto. It traps everything in insertion range in a field of white that cannot be escaped. The only thing any of you can see is the target, while seeing normally. You also have other abilities while in this state, but I won't tell you everything. I see Yamamoto is here now, so if all of you would kindly stand back and not move, no one will get hurt and we can settle this without combat. If you try to attack, you may end up killing an ally, so be good children and get well." Everyone was sweating and Tosen said, "I think you spent too much time fighting the new Hollow Naruto." Naruto laughed and said, "Hey guys, I'm telling you, you've now handed over your Zanpakuto yet, Tosen?" Tosen said, "Yeah. I just finished handing it over to Kamamaru when you released your Bankai," Naruto said. "Good, now Captain Yamamoto, I would ask everyone to refrain from attacking so I can seal my Zanpakuto again," Yamamoto said. "Everyone retreat. I'll take Naruto out and judge what happens then," Naruto said. "Good souls freed, no more fighting." As he resealed his sword into its sheath, the white light disappeared and Naruto was standing directly in front of Yamamoto, and saw that everyone had retreated. Naruto said, "Sorry about the way we had to come back here, sir, but considering everything that's happened since I was last here, I didn't want a bloodbath on my hands." Yamamoto asked, "How did you get to Hueco Mundo, Naruto, and how are these people here?" "Since I didn't know how to get back but remembered hearing about how grandparents and the others were doing years ago, I searched for Las Noches. Fortunately, I found the Shinigami, Wizard, and Tosen while fighting my way through, and they helped me protect the souls so they would return here." Tosen, who admitted everything to me so I knew he was one of the 3 captains who betrayed Soul Society, was able to open the portal for us all to return. Yamamoto nods and says, "Okay, kill Wizard and Tosen." Before anyone could move, Naruto had already moved and unsheathed his Zanpakuto against Yamamoto's neck and said, "So it is true. To cover up your mistakes, you would kill anyone and anything associated with the mistakes." In a deadly voice, Yamamoto looked at Naruto from the side of his head and said, "What is the meaning of this, Naruto?" Naruto said, "Tell me, Yamamoto, why do you protect the Hollows? Why is it that every time someone creates a new way to turn the war that has been going on for over 2,000 years in favor of the Shinigami, you order it to be destroyed?" Saifan, who was surprised to see Naruto attack Yamamoto, said, "Naruto, release Captain Yamamoto or I will be forced to fight you." Naruto said, "No. I challenge Yamamoto to a duel. If I win, you will give up your seat as captain of the 1st Squad and commander of the 13th Court Guard," Yamamoto said, looking at Naruto. "So you want to take control of my position, Naruto? I never thought you'd be the power-hungry type," Naruto said. "I'm not, and I don't want your place. If I win after you step down, I want the remaining 12 captions to elect a new leader. One who isn't secretly betraying Soul Society for years. After all, you were the one who created the first hollow in the first place. This froze everyone in shock, Yamamoto said. I don't know what you're talking about. Turns out Shinigami was having trouble getting to the humans fast enough to save them, so one of the captains decided to train some humans who could detect spirit energy on how to hunt them by giving birth to the Quincy. That's why he ordered all the Quincy to be killed. That's why you wanted to kill the Bount, why you ordered the Mod Souls to be destroyed, why you ordered the Wizards to be destroyed. The only reason Ichigo wasn't killed was because he was too valuable to you against Aizen, who was a threat to her. That's why you automatically called Oriheim a traitor when she was forced to go to Hueco Mundo. You expected them all to be killed when they came after her because they were a threat to your wife. It's also why you want her to do that mission for you when she returns to the elemental country. You fear the power the souls there can create towards her. You met her, Ichigo. In fact, she saved your life. Ichigo's eyes widened and he said, No, it can't be. As everyone who was ready to attack Naruto and the newcomers were also trying to figure out what Naruto was talking about, Naruto said, That's right, little Nelio too Oderschwank. However, she's not so little now. She's retained her memories again, Yamamoto said. I don't know what you're talking about, and if you think you can beat me, young man, you're 1,000 years young. Naruto smiled and said, I really don't think I can beat you. I know I can. Now that everyone here has heard why you don't look that fit, continue leading Court 13 by taking care of the balls on your court. You can accept my challenge and then… Naruto stopped talking for a moment, and suddenly the body of the second seat of the first squad was seen flying and hitting the ground in front of Yamamoto, and Naruto said, Now, like I was saying before you tried to attack me, you can accept my challenge, and then if you win you can have your 46th Chamber Tribunal deny everything I've said, though we both know that you control it as well, since no one can become a member of the 46th Chamber Tribunal without your approval, so you decide the judges. Let's not forget what your academy teaches: the Shinigami don't go to Hueco Mundo because it's suicide. I'll admit that it's dangerous to go there, but that's not why you don't want them there. You're just protecting her, a voice said. That's enough, Naruto. Naruto saw Minato standing there and said, Not until I accept my double. 1-on-1. If I win, he resigns and the captains elect a new leader. If I lose, then I lose my life. At least I would die for a purpose besides protecting a lie. I'd rather fight the disease than kill the patient. At this, most of the captains shuddered at what Naruto was referring to, his mission in the elemental countries. Yamamoto said, Okay, I'll accept you duel. When and where? Naruto said. It's fine with me, 1-on-1, and no one here can take a hostage to try and force me to lose. This is a test for each of us about our honor and beliefs. Also, no one can attack the souls I brought until this matter is resolved. Alright. Yamamoto disappeared and reappeared a few feet away and said, Okay. As his staff transformed into a sword, Naruto smiled and jumped into the air to walk on air, and Yamamoto did so as well. Naruto said, Old people first, Yamamoto said. I will destroy you, boy. You have been corrupted by lies and are beyond saving. He took off his captain's jacket, revealing his muscular body, drew his sword, and said, All things in the universe turn to ashes. And the entire sky burst into flames. The people below are already panting due to the spiritual pressure released by Yamamoto, Shihōin thought. Naruto, why did you do this? With concern in his mind. Similar thoughts were on the minds of others as some thought about what Naruto said, and wondered if it could be true. Minato looked at his son and thought, What's really going on here, Naruto? Naruto said. Shine brightly, Arachnokage. As his sword activated in a single beam of light, Yamamoto said, I'm surprised you can still breathe at this stage. Naruto smiled and said, I'm full of surprises, old man, Yamamoto said. I see, burning fortress. A sphere of fire surrounded both men, making escape impossible. Naruto said, I am the light that destroys darkness, Yamamoto. You cannot defeat me. As he takes quick steps to attack Yamamoto, who also begins to take quick steps, Naruto slashed at his head, ducked under the reverse blow, parried the thrust, and kicked Yamamoto backward. Yamamoto charged and sent a slash at Naruto as an arc of flames shot towards him. Naruto moved away and reappeared behind Yamamoto, and slashed at the old man's back only to find his sword held over his right shoulder. Naruto said. Let's take it to the next level. As both men started to take quick steps, punches, and quick steps again. This lasted for 10 minutes and Yamamoto said, "Time to show you why you're no match for me, boy." Bankai. As he literally became a living body of flames that consumed his body, and the spiritual pressure caused almost everyone below them to freeze breathlessly, with only a few captains and Ichigo being completely unaffected. Naruto flicked his wrist and said, "Bankai." As his sword turned into a double-bladed lightsaber that gasped for breath under the pressure, Yamamoto said, "You should be in shape, kid. I don't have patience for those who need to learn how to breathe." Naruto gasped and said as sweat poured out of him, "Don't worry, my next attack will finish you off." Purifying light, as the sky is completely covered in white again, destroying the flames and canceling all spiritual pressure on everyone below. Moments after the white flash, a flash of blue light covered everyone in Soul Society except those within the white square of light. Inside the square of light, Yamamoto saw that he was in a circle of darkness in a sea of complete white and asked, "So this is what the inside looks like?" "Interesting guy," Naruto said. "Cut the crap, old man, this one is different from before. No one can see or hear us here. Your flames won't work here because there are no spirit particles for them to breathe from. Also, if you notice the circle of darkness beneath you, it doesn't matter if you're stronger than me or not. In here, you're nothing more than a battery to me. As the shadow shrinks smaller and smaller, your spirit energy will become mine for a short time. You'll never tire, and you can't see me or escape. You could swing your Zanpakuto around and pray to hit me, but it won't because I can see it coming and moving," Yamamoto said. "Awesome," Naruto said. "Spit it out, old man." "It was the man who attacked me. I know you know who he is. We were the only two people in your office when we talked about that mission and when you commented on my Zanpakuto absorbing shadows, so you had to tell him," Yamamoto asked. "Why should I tell you anything when I'm going to destroy you?" Naruto said. "Because you don't know if I killed your wife or not. You're at my mercy right now." Yamamoto fell silent and Naruto sighed and said, "I know you must care deeply for her to undermine the Shinigami, so why don't you tell me your side of the story if it's different from hers? If you hadn't forced my hand, we could have talked in your office, but you wanted to make sure both Tosen and the girl kept quiet in case they knew about your wife." Yamamoto looked around and took several swings trying to send out his flame attacks or whatever, and nothing happened, and he took several steps in one direction before trying to take a quick step and it didn't work, and he ran and ran and ran trying to get out of the light, but it never worked. Naruto saw Yamamoto run in a complete circle within the light as the walls formed a sphere around him, and Naruto was outside the sphere while still inside the pillar. The only escape was outside help. Yamamoto stopped running and released his Zanpakuto and fell and then crashed to the ground 20 feet down, and Yamamoto blinked and started walking and found himself approaching his sword as he walked straight ahead and said, "I see, I'm trapped in a bubble," Naruto said. "Yes, the walls absorb your spirit particles and condense the ones in the air to make solid walls that can't be destroyed, and since the walls are absorbing the particles from you, there aren't any for you to use Kido, or your flames. That's how I defeated Minos Grande and Espados," Yamamoto said. "But all the Espada were sealed," Naruto said. "The originals were, but you see, the hollows that were affected by the explosion when Aizen was fighting also became Espadas. From what they told me, they are not as strong as the originals thought. You guys sealed them." Yamamoto frowned and another voice said, "That's enough, Naruto," causing Naruto to turn around and look as the man who pushed him off the mountain was standing there. Naruto asked, "Who are you and how did you get here?" While holding his Zanpakuto, the man said, "Relax, I'm not here to fight. I've already changed the memories of everyone below us so that no one will remember anything you said or did since you got here." "Yamamoto, what do you think?" Yamamoto said. "Come in. I can feel myself getting weaker at the moment. The only chance I have is if I reach maximum spiritual energy," Naruto said. "It doesn't work. You're forgetting that my Zanpakuto uses spiritual energy to stay active, so it's constantly draining from me. It doesn't matter how much energy my enemy has, as long as I can get close enough to use it on them. The problem is using its true power. I can only hold 2 prisoners at a time, but there's a time limit as to how long I can do that. I only have 15 minutes at most, And why am I saying this? As he closed his mouth, the man said, I gave an order to your mind to tell Yamamoto about your power, Naruto asked. Who are you really? The man said. I am Jericho, Kami's messenger. The one who informs the commander of Soul Society about anything Kami deems appropriate to alert the Shinigami about. Naruto looked at Yamamoto and asked, What's really going on here? Yamamoto said. Ever since you came here, Naruto, you've been put through test after test after test. Forcing yourself to become a Shinigami, the mission I assigned you to face me, your resolve building, your dedication to stop what you know is wrong even if it goes against the rules. It all came down to this moment where you would fight me. Truth is, we weren't expecting this until right before you left to return, but you surprised us, Naruto asked. Why did you test me? For what? Jericho said. You were right about Yamamoto. For over 3,000 years, he's been trying to protect his wife. His punishment was 3,000 years of solitude and duty, but now it's over. I've returned Nell to her normal spirit body, and she's with the others below. Yamamoto is stepping down, but for him to step down, someone must take his place. That person is you, Naruto, Naruto said. Me, but why me? I'm not strong enough. I was barely strong enough to use my final attack against Yamamoto. Any slower and the pressure would have been too much to be able to breathe and move, and I'm nowhere near strong enough to defeat him. I was just bluffing, trying to get him to see reason and quit, Jericho said. Kami saw how you stayed pure through all your trials in life and decided that you would make a good leader for the Shinigami. That is why you were selected to be tested. However, you must realize that when you take over there are things you cannot do. You cannot just go and wipe out Hueco Mundo. Everything has a reason. Hollows are a counterbalance in power against the Shinigami, and Shinigami are the counterbalance to Hollows. As for your strength, you are still young. Yamamoto has 3,000 years of power and experience to help him. Truthfully, you are only as even in base power as the weakest captain, but you see your other abilities put you above them. Naruto was surprised to hear this and asked, What about the mission to the elemental country? What do we tell everyone about me becoming the new captain? What do I propose to do? Becoming overwhelmed with the responsibility being given to him, Jericho chuckled and said, Relax, Naruto. I've already taken care of everything and you won't remember any of this or your mission. And with that, the man left and Naruto's Zanpakuto's white light shattered as blue light covered the sky again. As Naruto and Yamamoto began to float towards the ground, Yamamoto looked at Naruto and said, All right. As they both fainted. Chapter 7. Naruto blinked as he slowly woke up and rubbed his head and asked, What happened? A voice he recognized said, You were an idiot and you tried too hard. Naruto blinked and saw Kushina standing in the doorway and asked her, What do you mean? My mind is all muddled right now, Kushina said. What do you remember, Naruto? He said that she was the reason he formed the Shinigami Academy so her soul could be released. He then had the souls I released help settle and that he would judge Tosen and the wizard girl but that she wouldn't be killed and Tosen would get a fair trial. He then turned to me and said that he wanted to test my progress and skills since I was in Hueco Mundo for 2 months and we fought. I don't really remember everything that happened because I was too fast at thinking, and then he said that was enough and then I passed out. He then turned to me and said that he wanted to test my progress and skills since I was in Hueco Mundo for 2 months and we fought. I don't really remember everything that happened because I was too fast at thinking, and then he said that was enough and then I passed out. He then turned to me and said that he wanted to test my progress and skills since I was in Hueco Mundo for 2 months and we fought. I don't really remember everything that happened because I was too fast to think, and then he said that was enough and then I passed out. Kushina said, Well, then you remember everything. We made several requests to Captain Yamamoto to send a team after you, but he said that with us not knowing if you were still alive or where you were in Hueco Mundo, it would be a suicide mission. Unlike Orihime, who we knew was alive and where she was, you were a different story. Do you think you could stand? Naruto said. Yeah, I feel fine now. How long was I out? Kushina said. 3 days. Tenten, Ayam and Sayafan have been here checking on you. Naruto smiled at this, and a hell butterfly flew in and landed on Kushina's finger. She looked at him and said, Captain Yamamoto has asked you to appear before him and the other captions when you wake up. He has something he wishes to discuss with you." Naruto sighed and said, "Okay, I think I'd better go." As he sat up and blinked and asked, "Where are my clothes?" Kushina said. "Most of your clothes were destroyed in the fight. You'll have to wait to get a shirt, but your pants are in the dresser. I'll give you a few minutes to get dressed." Naruto nodded as she left. He quickly got up, got dressed and went out to where Kushina said, "Do you need me to help you get there?" Naruto said. "Mom, I remember how to get there." Kushina squeezed him and hugged him, and Naruto tried to get away from the suffocation, and Kushina said, "You called me Mom." When Naruto said, "Mom, my meeting," Kushina blushed and let go of her son, who smiled and said, "Later." As he walked away, Naruto appeared outside the captain's meeting chamber and knocked on the door. The door opened and Yamamoto's second came out and said, "Come in. They're waiting for you." Naruto nodded and walked in and saw Yamamoto sitting in his chair with the other captains all lined up in 2 rows, and Naruto bowed and Yamamoto said, "Stand up, Naruto, and step forward." Naruto walked forward and Yamamoto said, "Naruto, I'll skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point of asking you here. First, I wish to thank you again for returning my wife to me. You have no idea how grateful I am for that. Now, for the official reason you are here. After taking the reports of all the people you saved as well as your display of fighting ability, the guard captains of the 13th Court have decided that you will become a sitting official," Naruto said. "Thank you, sir, but if I may ask, what about my life in Konoha? I have responsibilities there along with Tenten and I am. After all, isn't that the reason we were brought here in the first place?" Yamamoto said. "Very well, Naruto, but the decision still stands. I have discussed it with the other captors and I realize that I cannot last forever. I am an old man, and when we went to the normal world to deal with those hollows, I realized that my age is catching up with me. I have decided to retire to the 46th Chambers Tribunal and spend the rest of my time with my wife. You, Naruto, have been chosen to be my successor." Naruto blinked and said, "But sir, I'm not as strong as you and I know you're inexperienced, so the other captains have agreed to help you with advice when you need it, and will back up your orders. Well, let me rephrase that, 10 of them have to wish to test you before they give you their full support. Captain Kenpachi and Captain Saifan wish to fight you, and if you can defeat them, they will support you." Naruto looked at both of them, who looked at him seriously, and Naruto nodded slowly, and Yamamoto said, "All right, now as soon as you have your partner with those 2 captains, I will start teaching you what you need to know while gradually going down." Naruto asked, "What about Konoha? You can also contact me if you need help. Do you have any questions?" Naruto thought for a moment and said, "No, sir." Yamamoto nods and moves to the corner of the room, and Yamamoto's second stepped forward with a captain's coat and handed it to Naruto as he bowed and said, "It will be a pleasure to serve you, Naruto-sama." Naruto took the coat and put it on and frowned for a moment. He took it off and threw it in the air, and with one fluid motion he cut both sleeves off before catching it and putting it back on and said, "Much better." A couple of captains laughed at this, but said nothing, and Yamamoto said, "I see you've decided to follow the 2 captains you trained under, even if it was just for a short time," Naruto said. "Yes, to use my Zanpakuto properly, as well as other things, I must have my arms free of clothing," Yamamoto said. "Very well, everyone except Naruto is dismissed. You can approach him whenever you want, Kenpachi and Saifan, for your fights." They both nod and leave as Saifan looked at him. After the room was empty beside Yamamoto and Naruto, Yamamoto said, "You can come in now." Naruto looked to the side of the room where a door opened and a brown-haired man walked in, and Yamamoto said, "Naruto, this man is very important to Soul Society. You will trust his advice above all others. His name is Jericho, and he is Kami's official messenger to Soul Society. If he orders something to be done, you will have to make sure it happens. He has also approved you through his own test, which even I don't know about. You are not to tell anyone except your eventual successor about him. The other captains know there is a messenger along with most of the Shinigami, but none have met him more than I and now you. He will not appear unless you are alone. Do you understand?" Naruto said. "Yes, sir. Hello, Jericho-sama." Jericho smiled and said, "It's good to see you, Naruto. I trust we shall have a very interesting time in the future." Now that my business is done, I must return to Kami, so until we meet again, have a good life." As he faded away, Yamamoto saw the surprised expression on Naruto's face and said, "You'll get used to it. Now, if you don't have any other questions, you may go. I understand your family and some friends are waiting to talk to you," Naruto asked. "What will happen to Tosen and the wizard girl I brought?" Yamamoto said. "Tosen has had his spiritual energy sealed except for enough to live, and he is under the 12th division giving full details of what he experienced as a hollow as well as when he was with Aizen. He allowed a bit more of his power as he gained his trust. I understand now that he didn't think things in Soul Society were fair with how we handle certain situations. I agree could have been handled differently, but we can't change the past. As for the girl, she's been placed in the 5th squad under Ichigo as he is stronger than her, and if she proves it she'll rise in ranks." Naruto nods and said, "Thank you for not executing Tosen. He may have been a traitor before, but without him, me and the others would still be walking around trying to escape Hueco Mundo," Yamamoto said. "Okay, that's all fired." Naruto nods and walks out the door and saw Saiyaphon leaning against the wall waiting for him and said, "Yes, Saiyaphon," Saiyaphon said. "Woods, now." As she walked away, Naruto blinked and thought, "Okay," as he walked quickly following her. When they reached the forest, Saiyaphon took off his captain's coat and said, "Are you ready?" Turning his back on her, Naruto took off his coat, sat it on the ground and said, "Yes." Before he had a chance to react, Saiyaphon brought his foot down on his head in a roundhouse kick. Naruto stepped back and spun around, missing the next attack. Saiyaphon continued attacking, not giving him a chance to recover, and shouted, "Hold on so I can kill you!" Naruto grabbed his fist in the next punch and twisted it behind his back and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so angry at me?" Saiyaphon yelled. "How can you be so stupid?" As he did a leg sweep and twisted his body and kicked Naruto's shoulder to free his hand, Naruto rubbed his shoulder and ducked under the next kick that destroyed a tree branch and asked in a confused voice, "What?" As he blocked the next blow, Saiyaphon yelled, "You hurt me just like Yoruichi did. I approached you, and then you got up and disappeared. Yes, I know you were trapped in Hueco Mundo, but you shouldn't have stayed there, idiot." Naruto said sorry, as he blocked her high kick with his high kick. Saiyaphon cried, "I'm sorry, you say you're sorry. Do you think that would make it better, make me feel better for all the nights I stayed up crying, all the days I looked up at the sky and thought about your eyes? Do you think being sorry will fix the pain I felt, the worry, the guilt?" Naruto's eyes softened and Saiyaphon's next punch caught him right in the chest, sending him tumbling into a tree. She was upon him in moments, landing punch after punch, and Naruto just took them. Saiyaphon closed his eyes as she continued to punch him, her punches getting lighter and lighter until she rested her head on his chest and punched him in the left shoulder. "I thought you were dead." Naruto put his arms around her and pulled her close and let her cry, and after several minutes he said, "I never meant to hurt you, Saiyaphon." She looked into his eyes and they stared at each other. Saiyaphon leaned forward and placed her lips on his, and Naruto kissed her back slowly. As they kissed, Naruto's knees buckled and he coughed, blood pouring out of his mouth as his eyes rolled into the back of his head. Saiyaphon's eyes widened as he realized she had hurt him and quickly grabbed him before she quickly walked away to the 4th division. When she arrived with him, Kushina, who had said that Naruto Retsu, quickly arrived and shouted, "What happened?" Saiyaphon said, "Captain Naruto and I had a fight. I think he has internal injuries." Kushina noticed the word captain and noticed that neither she nor Naruto had a jacket on and said, "Okay, let's get him to a room. I swear I might as well save this room for him." As she led him to the same room he woke up in earlier and began healing him. Saiyaphon looked at her with concern and after about 10 minutes Kushina said, "He should be fine now. He just needs a few hours to rest. So tell me, why did you call him captain? Did he fight with you for your position?" Saiyaphon said. "No, Captain Naruto is now the captain commander of Squad 1. Kushina dropped the towel she was wiping her hand on when she heard this and slowly turned to look at Saiyaphon and asked, "Are you serious?" Saiyaphon nods and said, "Yes, Commander Captain Yamamoto is retiring and he along with the other 12 captains voted for Naruto as his successor." Kushina asked, So why were you both fighting? Saiyaphon said. All the captains agreed, but 2 captains wanted to evaluate it themselves before giving their full support to Captain Kenpachi and me, Kushina said. Well, my bullshit meter is going off, so tell me why you really wanted to fight him, Saiyaphon said. I don't know what you're talking about. As he started to leave only to find his head slammed against the wall with a knee in his back from Kushina, who said, Listen, miss, you may be a captain, but that's my son, and I don't care if I have to kick everyone's ass in this Soul Society. If you don't give me the real reason why you were fighting him right now, I'll smash your face in. You know I can do it because you know how powerful I am. Saiyaphon tried to free himself but found he couldn't and said, Well, I wanted to kill him for hurting me. He disappeared and I thought he was dead. Kushina said. I see, so you love him, huh? As she let go of her a little, Saiyaphon sighed and said, Yes. Since I was a child. Kushina blinked and asked, What? I started volunteering to go to the elemental countries and would stop by to check on him. I soon realized from the look in his eyes that it was him without the mask he was hiding behind. When he was alone or when he was really happy, he would show himself again, and I swore I would do anything to see him, a voice said. It only appears a few times, but it's something very precious. Causing both women to turn and see Tenten and I am there. Saiyaphon's cheeks turned beet red and he asked, How long have you been there? Tenten said. Since Kushina asked you if you loved him, Ayam said. So you've seen it too, huh? Saiyaphon nods slowly and Tenten said. I only met him once and that was the morning we appeared here. We were on the bridge of the ship and that's when I told him I accepted it for him, Ayam said. I've only seen him a few times over the years, like when someone gave him a birthday present, or when someone really made things difficult for him, Saiyaphon asked in a calm voice. Yes, they both love him too, Ayam blushed and Tenten sighed and said. I don't know. I found out that the boy I thought I loved because he saved my life turned out to be Naruto in a flash forward, so I don't know. I want to spend time getting to know the real him, but things have gotten in the way, Ayam said. I care about him, but I thought he actually loved Sakura. I guess his mask fooled me and, another voice said. Well, this has been an interesting turn of events. Causing the 4 women to look at the chair next to Naruto's bed and see a black cat there. Saiyaphon's eyes widened and he asked, Yoruichi-sama, what are you doing here? Yoruichi said. What? I just came to tell Kushina about what Ichigo informed me about with the kid being promoted and I got into an interesting soap opera, Ayam and Tenten said. Promoted? They looked at the other people in the room in a questioning voice and thought. Soap opera, Yoruichi said. Yes, Naruto. Here is the new captain of the 1st squad and the commander of the 13th court guard replacing Yamamoto. Both girls' eyes widened upon hearing this and Saiyaphon asked, So, Yoruichi jumped off the chair and landed on Naruto's stomach with her claws out and Naruto yelled, OUCH, damn cat! As he jumped up throwing her off of him, the whole woman looked at him and Kushina asked, How long have you been awake, Naruto? Yoruichi said. Since you pushed Saiyaphon against the wall. At this, 3 girls turned red and Naruto looked at Yoruichi and said, Shut up, Saiyaphon sniffed and said. So you heard everything, huh? Naruto scratched the back of his neck and smiled and said, with a small laugh. Saiyaphon looked at Ayam and Tenten and said, Sting all enemies to death. As he releases his Zanpakuto as its golden stinger appears in his hand, Tenten said, Transmute Full Metal Alchemist. As she clapped her 2 hands together, and a metal gauntlet covered her right hand with a blade connected to it. Ayam extends her hand and forms a bow and Naruto gulps and says, Goodbye. As he walks away, the 3 girls disappear behind him with 2 flash-stepping and 1 using her Inkyaku, the Quincy version of flash step. Naruto lands on a roof and jumps as arrows hit where he was a moment before, and then jumps off another building that has a stone hand appear and try to grab him, and dodges a kick to the head from Saiyaphon and yells, Why are you? Everyone is attacking me. He then leaps at an ally only to be pinned to a wall by arrows and hands fired from the walls as Saiyaphon appears right in front of him with his Zanpakuto near his stomach. Naruto gulps as the other 2 girls land next to him and ask, So why are you attacking me? Tenten said. You don't hear women talking, Naruto said. But you were in my medical room when I woke up, Ayam said. You should have let us know you're awake, Naruto said. But I thought Mom would kill Sayafan if anyone interrupted her, Sayafan said. I'm still mad at you. As he crossed his arms, Naruto said, but as a fool went into his mouth and almost went down his shot, making everyone look up and realize they had attracted a small crowd of the other captains, Yoruichi, Kisuke, Kushina, Ichigo, Minato, Emi, Isis, Ishida, Orihime, Chad, Tatsuki, Momo, Jinta, Nimue, and Yurura, Naruto said. What the hell? As he spat at the fool, Kenpachi said. So kid, you're ready to fight, Naruto sighed. Damn it, I walk out of the hospital, I have a homicidal woman after me and I come back to the hospital and I walk out with 3 homicidal women after me and now I have you wanting to fight. Can I at least get a meal first? Tenten said. Hey, I'm not a murderer, Naruto said. Really, so what? As another fool got into his mouth, Naruto looked at Kisuke who said, Shut up, women are always right and obey the following rules. Women are always right, women are never wrong. If you think a woman is wrong then it is a mistake on your part, so apologize, even if a woman changes what she said a moment before. If you say something to a woman and the woman disagrees with it then you must change your mind to the woman's. The woman can get angry at you for whatever she wants and you must remain calm unless they want you to be angry or upset, and you need to read their mind to know which one they want without them telling you to read their mind. Also you must do what a woman wants, not what she says. If the woman is PMS, pray for a mass panic in the real world to get away from them because you are always on the wrong side of the war. If you disagree with anything I just said then remember women are always right, so shut up and don't correct any woman. Everyone looked at him and Yoruichi asked. Kisuke-kun, where is your fool? Kisuke said. I gave my last to Naruto at that time, why? His response was a punch to the stomach and another to the face followed by several kicks and all the males flinched. Once that was done, everyone turned to look at Naruto and found a note that said, CYA, Sayafan shouted. Damn, he's more slippery than Yoruichi, Yoruichi said. And he has more lives than a cat. As she stopped attacking her husband and looked at everyone who was staying away from her, Yamamoto said. So why exactly was there a fight in the 4th squad buildings? Kushina said. Nothing much, sir, it's just that my son has 3 women after his heart, and he needs to make a decision about it. Yamamoto rubbed his chin and Byakuya Kuchiki said, If I may, sir, it seems to me that this situation is resolved quite easily. Captain Commander Shihōin is the heir to the Shihōin clan. As you know, Yoruichi when she married Kisuke-san officially took his name, but since she had her son Minato before they married and changed her name, that made him at that time the last of the Shihōin clan. But he officially relinquished his name after returning from his mission in the elemental country to the of what happened there, so officially Naruto-san, since arriving here, has officially taken his clan name, the last Shihōin. As such, to ensure that the honorable Shihōin clan does not die out, he has the right to secure his family name with several women. A rock on the head was Naruto's response, appearing like a flash as a cat said, Are you trying to get me killed? Naruto soon found himself being held by the hair by Sayafan, who turned him around and said, So where were you hiding, Naruto? Naruto said, Meow, while giving a sad look to a kitten. Now there was just one problem with that. Several shouts of Kawi rang out as Naruto soon found himself being crushed to death by Tenten, Iam, and Sayafan. Yamamoto looked at Naruto with a pitying look and said, Well, that's all, Naruto. Remember to have your 2, Sayafan said. 1, mine already passed, Yamamoto said. Good, remember to fight Captain Kenpachi as soon as you can. Everyone is dismissed, Naruto yelled help as the girls crushed him. Rukia looked at Ichigo and said, It's been a while, Ichigo. I see your grandson has just as much trouble as you, huh? Ichigo looked at her and said, It seems so. How is Renji? Rukia said. Same as always. Though now she's in the real world. Ichigo nods and says, I'm surprised you both don't have a child yet, Rukia said. Yes, our duties separate us too much for family right now, but I have a duty to my family to have an heir before the next 100 years, so it won't be long. Ichigo nods as Naruto runs through his feet before the 3 girls run over him. Ichigo says, Ow ow, as Orihime starts healing him again and says, It's nice talking to you again, Rukia. We should have dinner sometime, Rukia said. I like that. Byakuya smirked as he watched Naruto run away from the girls and Rukia asked, Did you have to do that, bro? I mean tell his homework, Byakuya said. Yeah, you remember what my hobby is, right? As his face took on its normal bored look, Rukia sighs and said, Yeah, seeing Ichigo get beaten up I see, so you knew Naruto would escape towards Ichigo, huh? Not really believing her brother, Byakuya raised his hand and cherry blossoms flew to his location and formed his Zanpakuto and said, I was preventing Naruto-sen from running away. That's why he hit me with a rock, and with the girls blocking his only other escape route he hadn't tried to use but had no choice but to go through Ichigo, and the rest is history. Come on sis, it's time for dinner when he leaves. Rukia hit her head and started following him. Kisuke groaned as he sat up after recovering from the beating and said, What happened? Just then, a cat jumped on his head and grabbed him and started chirping and said, Yoruichi-chan, you're back. As he jumped to his feet and started spinning around with the cat in his arms, a cough was heard and he turned around and saw Yoruichi standing there with Saifan, Iam and Tenten, and the cat said, Oh, swirly like me. As he fainted, Yoruichi approached him and sent a small burst of energy at Naruto's nose, and he changed back into his human form. But he was naked when he fell to the ground. Yoruichi blinked and said, So where are her clothes? Kushina said. Well, we'll worry about that later. For now I'll take him back so he can recover the rest of the one that was broken before. As she grabs her son and quickly leaves, Yoruichi turned around and saw 3 blushing women and said, So Saifan, now I see why you were so interested in my grandson when he first arrived. Yoruichi turned even redder and Tenten said, But now what do we do? I mean, he knows that each of us has feelings for him. Does he have feelings for us or? Yoruichi said. Relax, girl, and breathe. To answer your question, yes, he has feelings for all 3 of them. I don't know what they are. As for what to do about it, why not go on a date with him and try to work things out? Iam looked behind her back and asked, But who has the first date? As she looked at the other 2 women, Tenten looked at the other 2, as did Saifan. Then, as if on cue, 3 shouts of, Transmute, chop, shoot! Came from the 3 girls. At that moment, both Tenten and Saifan were pinned to the wall by arrows from Iam, who had formed her bow behind her back while the other 2 decided what to do. She smiled and said, Guess that means I have the first date. As she quickly left in the direction of the 4th Squadron's medical building, Saifan looked at Tenten, who was surprised, and said, She? Tenten said we. Saifan and Tenten hung their heads in a huff while Yoruichi laughed as the arrows vanished and both girls fell to the ground. When Naruto woke up again he groaned and said, That's it, I'm just moving my stuff in here. When he got up he found a change of clothes which included his captain's jacket and a note. He took the note and read it. Dear Naruto-kun, the 3 of us have decided that you'll go on a date with each of us to determine who you want to be with and if you like us. Your first date is with me. Your mother said you should wake up today, so meet me around 4 o'clock for our date in front of your clan house. I am. Naruto sighs and says, Great, now what? Kushina walked in with Yoruichi, who closed the door and said, Well son, it's time we had a little talk. Chapter 8. For the next 2 hours, Naruto had the dreaded lecture about hex, women, and rudeness from Yoruichi, who declared that Saifan was like a daughter to her and that she would castrate him whether he hurt her grandson or not. It was at this point that Naruto had to agree with something. No matter who the men are, women rule the world. Naruto then took some time to get ready for his date, and was heading to the Shihōin compound when a butterfly from hell came and landed on his hand. He blinked and said, Shit, I don't know how to use you. The butterfly stayed in his hand and Naruto looked around and shouted, Anyone know how to use a hell butterfly around here? Several people looked at him and snickered, thinking it was a joke because he was wearing a captain's jacket. And who ever heard of a captain who couldn't wear a hell of a butterfly? Naruto's head popped, and he said, Screw it, let's see if there's anyone in the house who can use you. As he covered the butterfly and started running. A few minutes later, Naruto arrived at the clan compound and saw Iam all dressed up and said, Shit, Iam, our date can wait a few moments. Iam looked at him in confusion and asked, Why did you bring me a gift? While moving her hand and blinking and shouting, Baka, what kind of gift is a butterfly from hell? When she starts hitting him, while he tries to protect the butterfly. The noise and screams of pain attracted the attention of several people and Saifan came out of the house with Tenten and asked, What's going on here? Naruto groaned and showed the hell butterfly, and Ayam said, "The idiot here brought me a hell butterfly as a gift." Sayafan looked at the butterfly for a moment and said, "Actually, I think it has a message and is waiting to deliver it." Naruto groaned. "That's why I wanted to wait a bit on our date. I don't know how to use the hell butterflies yet, and everyone thought I was joking." While rubbing his bruised ribs, Ayam looked embarrassed, and Tenten hit her head and said, "What kind of captain doesn't know how to use a hell butterfly?" "Even I know how to do it," Naruto said. "Well, sorry, Miss Perfect. I've been constantly busy and no one's shown me yet." "Ask Sayafan, she was my teacher for the most part." Both Ayam and Tenten looked at Sayafan, who looked embarrassed. She raised her hand and the butterfly flew to her and said, "Message to Captain Commander, note CC from now on. Shihōin of the Elemental Countries Field Agent Dustin, relaying by Squad 12. Agent Dustin requests immediate visit from CC Shihōin at your location. The request states that if CC Shihōin is unable to attend within the next 3 days, both Field Agent Dustin and Field Agent Tucci will be compromised or eradicated. Over." Ayam and Tenten's eyes widened as they whispered, "Dad," and Naruto frowned and said, "Sayafan, contact Team 12 and ask them to re-establish contact with any of the agents. Ask them the nature of their emergency so we know if they are friend or foe. If no contact is made within 2 hours, contact me while I plan how to proceed." Sayafan immediately used the same hell butterfly to transmit the message, and Naruto looked at Ayam and Tenten and asked, "How good are you two now?" Tenten said, "I can use my Shurikai, but I don't have my Bankai yet. I can use standard flash step at the same speed as my grandfather, but compared to Yoruichi I'm slow. I can't use chakra anymore. I was told that if you truly become a Shinigami it fixes the chakra problem, but most souls can't become soul reapers," Ayam said. "I'm currently a little better than a Quincy apprentice." Naruto nods and said, "Okay, I understand that you can use your Quincy powers without a Jigai, right?" A voice behind them said. "Yes and no." When Kasuke appeared, Naruto nods and said, "Just the man I wanted to see. I need 3 of the new Gigaes ready to go to the Elemental Countries in 2 hours. I need 2 of them with Captain Suppression seals. Can you get them for me?" Kasuke nods and asked. "I can guess that you 3 will leave, but who is the other captain?" Naruto said. "I don't know yet. Though I know I want another captain since I'm not properly trained yet for anything that might require the help of Soul Society, and I don't know if everyone has been informed of my recent promotion. However, in case the one guy who doesn't know is on the other side of the hell butterfly, I can still prove my clearance," Kasuke said. "Fine, start with what you need, and I'll prepare the 4 bodies. Unless you use a special gate, Ayam won't be able to use her powers either, so I'll have one ready for her as well." As he walked back to the compound, Naruto turned to Ayam and Tenten and said, "Both of you prepare in case it's a trap," Tenten asked. "Do you really think I could be one?" Naruto said. "Maybe. Remember that I'm not the most popular guy, and since I was told that there were some people after the tailed demons, they might be after me, and they found out that your dads were our sensei and were using them to find me. It's kind of simple though," Sayafan said. "Sir, I can have the 2nd squad on standby in case it's a trap. I know Dustin and Tucci, and if they really had to fight and were defeated, then it could be a strong enemy, maybe even the new Hollow I've read the reports about," Naruto said. "I don't want to show favoritism by having a full squad ready if it's in fact something simple," Sayafan said. "I understand, sir, but let me be the other captain who escorts your group. I'm an expert at stealth and I'm almost as fast as you, sir, so," Tenten said. "Wait, what, you mean Naruto faster than you?" Naruto looked at Tenten and Sayafan said. "Naruto may actually be faster than his grandmother Yoruichi. However, I know that he is faster than me," Naruto said. "Alright, Sayafan, I'll accept you coming, but I want you to remain hidden unless I call for you. You'll be our backup if the need calls for it, but first let me warn the 3 of you about this new hollow. I know Sayafan has read the basic report on it, and we're still trying to gather data, but he has a colored spiral mask with one eye on him. In fact, he looks like he'd be human if it weren't for the fact that I saw him consume 3 large minus after his formation changed. Anyways, I know he's from the elemental countries because he used ninjutsu when I fought him. If you find him, run, don't fight him, run." That goes for you too, Saiyaphon. Saiyaphon was surprised by this and asked, Why? Don't you want us to stop him? Naruto sighed and said, Saiyaphon, with 10 of us including the wizard girl, Tosen, the seated officers and myself, only one of us was able to scratch him, and that was a messed up hair with a small cut on his arm. He stood in front of him, never moving that I could see, for over 10 minutes as I swung my Zanpakuto through him and never touched him, while he laughed and joked around like it was a picnic. Think about it. I don't know how he did it, but if we can't touch him, we can't hurt him, so until we get more information on him and figure out how to stop him, I'll be placing orders to flee on sight from him. Hopefully we can get information on him and take him out before more like him come, or hopefully keep him attacking only hollows. So far he seems to be leaving the Shinigami and normal souls alone. Saiyaphon was surprised, and both Ayam and Tenten looked scared by this, and they all nodded, showing that they accepted his orders. Saiyaphon said, For a new leader, it seems you're covering your bases with this plan. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck and said, Actually, it's not my plan. The Sandaime Hokage told me about a situation like this when I was younger, when the Nidaime Hokage was tricked into an ambush when he thought he was meeting with allies and was killed. They tried it against the Sandaime as well, but he came up with this plan to protect himself and ended up capturing the leader of a smaller nation that sided with the enemy and made an example of them. I don't plan on going so far, but at least covering my bases should sound like a good leader, I think. Saiyaphon nods and Tenten said, I think if you follow other people's advice you will become a great leader, Naruto, but we have to prepare in case Dad and them are really in danger. Naruto nods his head and said, Tenten, I want both of you to listen to me and not make any hasty decisions that could get us all killed. Well, at least the 3 of us. You died once before, right? Saiyaphon said. Not really. I was born into the Soul Society, Naruto said. Well, that's interesting, then I don't want any of us to die. So let's be careful. As he quickly left to get ready. A little later, Naruto, Tenten and Saiyaphon were all in the new Jigai, and Ayam asked, What's so special about those Jigai, Naruto, and why can't you use your normal bodies? Saiyaphon said, Those were specifically designed for the elemental countries. At the time your parents were sent, we hadn't created them, but now we have. But since you were born there, you had a real body instead of a spirit body like us. Unless you go through the same gate you came through to get here, your bodies would be invisible to people unless they were highly spirit-influenced people. That particular gate was made so you can use your spirit attacks in the elemental countries. But if you use the normal one to get to a specific place quickly like we're doing, then you need these gigaes. They will act like your real bodies and feel like a swimsuit on your entire body. But if you wear it for too long, you will start to fuse with them, which is another reason why we don't use them that often. Now let's go. As she walked towards the main gate, Naruto approached the guards and asked, Has the gate been placed where we asked? The guard said, Yes, Naruto-sama. Naruto nods and the door opens and a hell butterfly begins to quickly guide them through the tunnel. As they were running, Saiyaphon asked, I wanted to say something earlier, Naruto, but why did you say the guy who was using the hell butterfly? Don't you know how we keep in touch on missions? Naruto said. Not really. I was only in the real world for about 2 minutes and we were in the forest when I accidentally entered Hueco Mundo. Hell, I don't even know the proper way to do soul burial since my Zanpakuto releases souls. I could have started sending souls out of Hueco Mundo if I had. Saiyaphon frowned and said, I guess since then. They put you on the fast track to learning combat. I was more concerned with teaching you stealth, speed, and taijutsu, and you didn't really learn anything from Kenpachi and his squad, so I learned how to fight directly in battle. I'll help you fix the things we left out later. Naruto frowned and said, Okay, but I don't really think Kibo spells are my thing. I mean, I use most of my spiritual energy for Shuinpa or my Zanpakuto. You know what my other use is? Saiyaphon nods and Ayam said, I see light ahead. Anyway, where will we exit? Saiyaphon said. Honestly, I don't know the name of the place we're going to. The only time I came here was in Konoha, Naruto said. We're here. As they exited the tunnel, when the door opened in the elemental land, Naruto stepped out first and saw that they were actually in the air, so he started walking on air. The others quickly followed and Naruto closed his eyes and Saiyaphon gasped and said, Spiritual ribbons. Naruto quickly grabbed a red one that wasn't one of the four and said, "This way." As they quickly started following the ribbon, about 30 minutes into the tape, Naruto frowned and said, "I am 10-10, I want you both to go first while you carry me in my cat form. I learned I can change my clothes out of this form if I don't hold it for over an hour. After that they dissolve. Saifan, I want you to stay back. If you feel me release my bank, I call for help and get the others out of here," Saifan said, but Naruto shut her up with a glare as she flinched and nodded, and Naruto quickly transformed into a cat, and Ayam grabbed him, and they both landed not far from where her parents were. As they approached, they remained calm and soon entered a small clearing in the forest. As they did, they saw their parents calling, "I am 10-10. Both girls ran to their dad, and 10-10 sat Naruto down and said, "What's going on, Dad? We got a message saying you needed to see Naruto and us," and a voice said, "About that, where's Naruto?" Attracting the girls' attention and seeing a white-haired man with red lines on his cheek, and Ayam lit her bow and said, "Who are you?" Tucci said. "Relax, Ayam, this is Jiraiya, Naruto's godfather, and the other two who are with him were sent by Hokage to control over Naruto." Tenten looked around and said, "I can make out the ones in the trees on the right, but where's the other one?" As she reached out, the cat scampered off into the woods on the left. Jiraiya said, "Come on, Uchiha, they caught you." Sasuke jumped down from the tree and looked at Tenten with disgust on his face, and Jiraiya said, "What's wrong, Kakashi, come out?" A body falling in the clearing was the answer to his comment as Naruto walked out of the clearing behind where Kakashi's body was and said, "Sorry, but I didn't recognize him besides his Konoha headband and only heard about you from the Hokage. For all I know, this guy could have been one of the idiots in Konoha." As both Tucci and Dustin went wide-eyed at the sight of the captain's white jacket but couldn't see which division, but realized that Naruto had seen the real one before, Jiraiya asked, "Who are you and where is Naruto?" Naruto ignored him and looked at Sasuke, who was holding a kunai in his hand, and said, "First tell me, what is the subject he plans to do with a kunai? If you want an answer, I don't take kindly to threats." While showing that in his right hand he was holding his Zanpakuto ready to draw, Jiraiya said, "Back off, Uchiha," Sasuke sneered and said, "Wow, he knocked out Kakashi-sensei, so I don't think I should do it." And thought, "This guy is powerful enough to take down Kakashi. I must learn his secrets." Kakashi started to groan and Naruto pulled away from him and said, "I am 10-10, take the parents and go. I'm sure you both have a lot to talk about. Team, you and your sensei, whoever that is, can go too. I don't feel like discussing S-rank secrets with someone who isn't cleared to know them. I'll stay and answer any questions Jiraiya has." Kakashi looked at Naruto and Jiraiya frowned and said, "Kakashi, take your student and return to the camp. I'll talk to this boy and meet you later. Take the girls with you and," Naruto said. "No deal. No more hostages possible. Either you and I want an answer, or you're like most of the idiots in Konoha and don't really care about your godson, but just sent money to help your conscience." Looking him straight in the eyes, Jiraiya shuddered and said, "Good, Kakashi, take your student and return to camp." Naruto noticed Sasuke looking at the girls as they left, and his eyes widened for a moment, and said, "Before you go, team, what's wrong with your eyes? Why did they turn red like that?" Jiraiya, Kakashi, who was standing now, and Sasuke looked at him, and Sasuke said, "It's the Sharingan, my bloodline." With arrogance in his voice, Naruto said, Interesting. I saw an eye like that recently, but it was different. Instead of 2 commas in each eye, it had a full circle and 3 commas with also 3 lines coming out of it. Is it the same bloodline? I mean, if it's kind of hollow." As he looked at Tenten and Ayam, whose eyes widened for a moment, and both of them nodded slowly, and started to lead their father away. Each of the men frowned, but Naruto and Kakashi said, "What did you say you saw an eye like that?" Naruto said, "Just a guy I fought. A real comedian if you asked me. I was just wondering, since he was wearing a mask, if it was possible to be of the same bloodline, but I think we wasted enough time, and I have things I have to do. Let me talk to Jiraiya so I can go," Kakashi said. "I'm afraid that's not going to happen now. You see, we allowed you to let the girls go with their parents because you obviously seem to be the leader here, but we want to know where Naruto Uzumaki is." Naruto smiled and said. Really? Well, Naruto Uzumaki never existed. In fact, Jiraiya should know that better than anyone. Kakashi went to grab Naruto and his hand went through him and said, Shit, Bunshin. As he started looking around, Sasuke started running towards where the girls were, and to everyone's surprise, Naruto planted his right foot in Sasuke's stomach and threw him against a tree and said as Sasuke fell inert. Not really, you're slow. As he stood up straight, Kakashi lifted his headband and frowned as he looked at Naruto and said, Who are you? Naruto said. It's common courtesy to say your own name first when asking someone else, Kakashi said. Hatake Kakashi, Naruto frowns and says. I see, Kakashi, you're also one of the people who knows who my parents were. Kakashi's eyes widened and Jiraiya said. Naruto. Naruto nods and Jiraiya said. Try it, Naruto said. And how do you want me to do that? Summon the power of the fur ball, show you the seal, show you the scars from the beatings I took? I don't have to play 20 questions with you. Point blank, you used two people I consider precious to me as bargaining chips to get here. I don't think either of you have ever set foot in my life that I can remember, and I have a photographic memory, so if you don't mind, I have things to do. I don't answer to either of you, so scram. As he started to leave, Kakashi appeared in front of Naruto and said, Wait, you say you have a photographic memory but you failed the academy 3 times. Explain, Naruto said. Simple, I can't perform Bunshin because I had too much chakra and not enough control since no one taught me any way to fix it because of the Q.Bi. As for book grades, when your teachers take your books to ask a question or kick you out of class or put genjutsu on your test, even an idiot can tell that nothing you do will let you pass. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a family to get back to and a date as well, Jiraiya said. Wait, what family? Still not believing this guy, Naruto said. It's none of your business. Now if you don't mind, I still have several months before I have to return to the hell we call Konoha, so goodbye. As he disappeared before their eyes, Jiraiya frowned and said, Do you think that was him, Kakashi? Kakashi said. No, actually, I can't be sure he was even here. I mean, he didn't have a chakra signature, a female voice said. That's because he can't use chakra anymore. Causing both men to turn around and see a black-haired woman in a white jacket, and Jiraiya said, Well, pretty lady, what is your name? The woman said. I see Minato wasn't joking about how lewd you are, Jiraiya, Kakashi asked. Who are you and what do you mean you can't use chakra anymore? Now please do not harass Tucci and Dustin again because they have served as informants with complete faith for you for many years, Jiraiya, and just because they allow Naruto to meet his remaining family and learn how to use his bloodline, they should not be punished. Especially for what he's been through, spending 14 years believing his parents abandoned him and living in hatred and abuse. Good day. As he disappeared as Naruto, both Kakashi and Jiraiya were stunned by what the woman said, and Kakashi felt that his eye was still uncovered and covered it, and said, What do you think, Jiraiya? Jiraiya frowned and said, I think we should inform the Hokage that Q.Bi might be free. We won't know until we can talk to Naruto without him running away if that was him. I have a few questions I want to ask him, but I think if we try to force answers out of Tucci and Dustin, things could get bad pretty fast. If that was Naruto, he got good enough to attack you and take out the Uchiha as well as moving at speeds, I think. It might be hard to keep up with me as well as that girl. Also, if you notice, while the 4 of them were here, I was never able to detect any of them except for Tucci's daughter, and she sensed like a civilian but used an energy bow. For now, I think we should take his student back to be treated and inform the Hokage of this. Kakashi nods and grabs Sasuke as they start to leave. A few miles away, Naruto was leaning against a tree when Sayafan appeared and Naruto asked, So what did you do? Sayafan said, I drew their attention elsewhere. By now they know you don't have Q.Bi and you also can't use chakra besides having a bloodline. I suppose your shape-shifting may qualify for that. I told them I was your guardian. That should divert their attention. Naruto sighs and nods and looks at Tucci, who asked, So which squad, Naruto? Naruto smiled and Sayafan said, You are now Captain Commander Shihōin. Both Dustin and Tucci were stunned and Naruto said, Besides, you're both going to be grandparents. Both men paled as Tenten and Im turned red. At that moment, Naruto laughed and said, Just kidding. So, how's it going? The beating Naruto took from the 5 people there made Tsunade hitting Jiraiya look like a child's slap. Chapter 9. Naruto groaned after everyone calmed down and slowly stood up, and Saiyaphon snorted and said, "So how much damage did you actually take from that?" Naruto said. "Not much really. I made a shield around my body with Retsu that took 90% of each hit, so I might have some bruises, but this many at once still hurts." He then looked around the clearing and said, "Strange, I could swear I just sensed someone else in here." Everyone looked confused and Tsuchi asked, "Say, how the heck did you become Captain Commander in just over 3 months, Naruto? And what's with calling yourself Shihōin now? I mean, technically it's true and all, but I thought you would have continued to go by the other name you had." Naruto frowned and said, "My last name for all intents and purposes is Shihōin. Just because my mother and father changed their names for the mission here doesn't mean they actually gave up their real names. Besides, I had a fresh start in life and decided to get rid of that cursed name." Dustin nods and says, "So you're really the boss of Godai 13 now?" Naruto sighed and said, "After I fight Kenpachi I will be. The rest of the captains agreed that I will take control of Yamamoto after I fought and forced him to use his Bankai. Not to mention I survived in Hueco Mundo for 2 bucking months. God, I hate that place." As he leaned against a tree again, and winced as he felt a bruise on his shoulder, Naruto sighed and said, "Look, if you don't mind everyone, now that this is settled, I need to head back to Soul Society. I have some things I need to take care of for the First Division. Tenten you both can go ahead and stay for a while before heading back." "Captain Saiyaphon, I received 2 requests," Saiyaphon asked. "What's with all the formality stuff now, Naruto?" "What's up?" Naruto said. "Nothing, Captain Saiyaphon, I just need to get back to Soul Society, but my second request is, would you mind staying here and helping and Tenten get back after they have a chance to visit their parents and inform them about the escape? In order to view I'm issuing for the new hollow," Saiyaphon said. "Sure, no problem." As she looked at him, Naruto said, "Well, my second request is if you can open a portal for me. I have nodded and had the chance to learn how to do it yet." Saiyaphon pulls out her sword and throws it in the air in front of her, and part of it disappears and she turns her wrist and 2 doors open, and Naruto said, "Thank you, Captain Saiyaphon, and I will join you later on my first coexistence to continue my training." As he walked, when the door closed, Tenten asked, "What's wrong with him?" In a confused voice, said, "Really, it wasn't like this before I met those guys." "Did something happen after we left?" Saiyaphon frowned and said, "Besides telling Jiraiya and Kakashi to leave and knocking out the Uchiha, no. He seemed to have become hostile towards them the longer he was around them. It really got worse after the Uchiha kid looked at them both with his Sharingan. Maybe it has something to do with the new hollow, but I don't know if there's anything wrong." Inside the tunnel between worlds, Naruto held his chest and said, "No, not again. Please don't." In a pained gasp as he fell to his knees and curled into a fetal position, and whimpered in pain. The hell butterfly that was hovering around him to help guide him to the end of the tunnel was suddenly killed by Naruto as he opened his eyes, which flashed a different color before he closed his eyes again in pain. Tsuchi sighed and said, "Maybe he's just finally happy and hates having to see a reminder of Konoha. Especially that Uchiha kid. If you remember, he always hated him for his outbursts," Dustin said. "Maybe it's just stress. I mean, think about it. He's finally with his parents and grandparents, and he realized he has to go back soon. You know how hard it's been for us all these years away from Soul Society." Tsuchi nodded and said, "So, how's both of your training going?" Tenten said. "I have my Shurikai but not my Bankai. Mom said she'll kick your ass for not coming with us." Dustin looked embarrassed and said, "I'm sorry, dear, but I have to keep a lid on things here. We can't let people find out about the Reapers, the Hollows, the Quincy, and all that." "And what about you, Tsuchi looked at his daughter, who said, "Well, I'm pretty good so far. Grandpa Ishida said I'm as good as he was at 13. Mom's also been teaching me some things like her sure shot and stuff. I actually haven't left Soul Society yet, so I don't know how I'd fare against a Hollow." Tsuchi nodded and said, "Well, that's fine. What about your other 3 grandparents? How do you like them?" said. "Well, Grandpa Chad is fine, and Grandma Tatsuki is fun to be with. I learned a little hand-to-hand combat from them, but I'm not as good as they are. I did learn a few things from Grandma Nimue though, but her father keeps her busy. Tochi nods and Dustin said, "What about your grandparents? How does it feel to have a grandparent who looks younger than your dad?" Tenten snorted and said, "Grandma Momo is funny, but Grandpa Toshiro needs to have some sparring sessions with Lee. I swear he reminds me of Nara sometimes. As for Grandpa Jinta, I have to say, he's an idiot who really likes playing sports. I mean the one who walks around trying to play baseball with people's skulls. As for Grandma Yururu, she's funny, but I hate seeing her let Grandpa Jinta treat her like a servant sometimes, but she said she really enjoys it." "I don't get her," Tochi said. "And what about Naruto? How was it meeting his family?" Sayafan said. "Not well, actually. He's only met Minato once and I think he's avoiding him. He's hung around Yoruichi a few times but not much, and besides, when he was put in the hospital for quitting, he hasn't talked to Kushina and I think he's planning on killing Kasuke. As for Ichigo, he's had a few captain meetings with him, and has talked probably 2 times if he's lucky. I don't think he's even met his grandmother Orihime yet. I was his personal instructor for the first month and he defeated everyone in the 2nd division, but me, since we didn't really fight at that point, and then he accidentally got trapped in Hueco Mundo for 2 months. If it wasn't for his Zanpakuto's special abilities, he probably would have died," Dustin asked. "So how has your actual training been and what does your Zanpakuto do?" Sayafan said. "Well, his name is Arachner-Kage, and as his name suggests, he eats shadows and turns them into spiritual energy for himself. He also has the ability to turn hollows back into normal souls. That's how he survived in Hueco Mundo. He released a lot of souls, including some Shinigami, a Vizard, and Tozen." Dustin froze and Tochi said, "Like the traitor Tosen, the guy who was supposedly killed 400 years ago." Sayafan nods and said, "One and the same. Apparently the last attack against him didn't kill him, but a hollow quickly found him and consumed his souls, turning him into one. Anyways, since he was of most help in retrieving all those souls, Naruto released Soul Society, as well as giving us information on the new hollow. He has been placed in the 12th division with almost no spirit energy until he proves himself. As for Naruto's training, his flash step is faster than me and maybe faster than Yoruichi, but I don't know, since I'll keep it a secret until his training is complete. He has already reached his Bankai and his Zanpakuto is light-based." "A first in history," Tochi asked. "So what really happened to Q.Bi?" Sayafan said. "According to Kasuke, he weakened the seal before taking them to Soul Society, since Q.Bi isn't allowed there because it's one of Kami's pets. Then it ended up breaking free the moment he entered the arc, and Naruto was forced to become a Shinigami, or a hollow, and die in the arc since he broke his soul chain. Q.Bi went back to hibernation and probably won't return for about 200 years, and hopefully by then we can return everyone here to the real human world." Dustin sighed and said, "Have you figured out any way to fix the soul problem here?" Sayafan said. "Not that I know of. The 12th division is working on it as much as they can. Kasuke has been doing his own research, but so far the only way we've come across is the traditional way, by having a person who has enough spirit energy become a Shinigami, but since we have around 400,000 souls, that's going to take a while, since we can't let people get too strong or they'll attract hollows to eat their souls. Everything is a big mess thanks to the war with Aizen," Tochi nods and says. "So how much longer are we going to need to stay here before the kids take over?" Sayafan frowns and says, "For now I would say stick with your other work until we can figure out what the humans want the bijou for and stop them. If they cause a mass death with the bijou, we won't be able to save everyone before the hollows devour their souls. That reminds me, if you see a hollow that looks human with a spiral mask and an entire eye with one eye that looks like the Uchiha Sharingan, Naruto has issued orders to flee on sight. The guy from Hueco Mundo made fun of him and was never able to touch him, going straight in with the help of the other Soul Reapers, and only one ever made a scratch, and that was it. He also said that the hollow had the ability to use ninjutsu, so he's been here or from here, but we don't have enough information on him yet." Both men nod and Sayafan said, "Okay, girls, I'm going to give you 2 about an hour to talk to your dads while I patrol the area for any souls that need to be dispatched. When I get back, We need to head to Soul Society before we draw too much attention to ourselves. Understand. They both nod and Saifun jumps into the air and starts walking and taking quick steps to check the area for souls. After she left, the girls started visiting their parents, and a frog that was in the nearby lake submerged before turning into smoke. Jiraiya, who was traveling with Kakashi, suddenly opened his eyes wide and said, "Well, that's interesting." "I wonder," Kakashi asked. "I wonder what?" As they jumped from tree to tree with Sasuke in front a few meters still holding his ribs, Jiraiya looked at Sasuke and said, "If what my Kagebunshin spy just heard is real, if it is, then we and our grandchildren won't have to worry about it in their lives, and the rest pretty much confirmed what the kid said," Kakashi said. "Really, anything else?" Jiraiya said. "Oh yeah, but you wouldn't believe me." "I don't want to believe it, but then again, it could be true," Kakashi asked. "Oh, give me a hint," Jiraiya said. "The boy met his parents alive." Kakashi stopped in his tracks and looked at Jiraiya with a look of astonishment, and Jiraiya said, "I'll explain later." Looking at Sasuke, who had stopped and looked back at the two men as Jiraiya started heading towards Konoha again. About an hour later, Saifun came back to where the girls were, who looked completely confused, and asked, "What's up?" Dustin said. "Just in time, Saifun, you could get something for the girls when you get back," Saifun said. "I guess why." Dustin quickly wrote something down and said, "I want these items given to both of you, and you might want some." Saifun blinked, opened the scroll, and his eyes widened. Contraceptives, conduits, contraceptives, pregnancy tests. Saifun started waving her hands in front of her and said, "Whoa, wait, what the hell is going on here?" Tucci said. "We heard that the three of you are after Naruto. Since he's such a spontaneous person and probably never had the talk, I want you, woman, to be prepared in case accidents happen. Dustin and I don't want to be grandparents until our daughters are married, and you don't have time for that now." Saifun looked at both men and said, "Stick all enemies to death," as he released his Zanpakuto and said, "Now what was that?" As he attacked both of them with spirit pressure, both men gulped and proceeded to get beaten up by three very angry and infuriated women. After they finished, Saifun said, "I feel better now," Tenten said. "Me too," Ayam yelled and said, "My date." As she looked at both girls, Saifun sighed and said, "Come on, let's get Loverba out of that damn paperwork." As he used his Zanpakuto and reopened the portal, they entered and started walking towards the Soul Society when a moan was heard and Tenten asked in a scared voice, "What is that?" Saifun sighed and said, "Probably a soul that got lost along the way to Soul Society. Though it's strange, since I didn't sense anyone else from Soul Society back in that world." As they continued walking, a few minutes later they saw a figure in a fetal position, and the three instantly recognized the person as Naruto, and ran towards him. When they reached him, they gasped at the sight and Ayam asked, "What happened?" Saifun saw that he was injured, but the wounds seemed self-inflicted and said, "I don't know. Help me lift him up and take him back to Soul Society." Ayam and Tenten helped lift him up and he moaned even more at their touch, and they began to drag him towards the exit. Saifun looked at where Naruto was lying to see how much blood he was spilling and his eyes widened and he thought, "What the hell is going on here?" He quickly followed both girls, but took Tenten's place and said, "Tenten, I want you to run and distract the guards at the gate. Draw their attention away from the gate and towards the execution grounds until we get through. Then head to the Shion and have Yoruichi take you to the hot spring. She'll know what you're talking about. Tell her it's an emergency and don't tell anyone why but only her. Do you understand?" Tenten said. "Yes, but why?" Saifun said. "I'll explain later, but go. When we get close, I want you to use every ounce of speed you can and follow my lead with him and don't stop no matter what, you understand?" Ayam nodded, and Tenten walked ahead of them. When they saw the light ahead, Saifun began to take quick steps, and Ayam kept up as best she could, but she felt herself being dragged along. Tenten, as she cleared the door, shouted, "Man, what a rush, that was so cool, I can't believe it!" The flames of youth burned bright. As she started dancing away from the door but causing a scene as she saw Ayam and Saifun, who blinked as she said the last thing before they left, and Tenten then said, "Better than Hex," as she took off running towards the Shihōin clan house. About 20 minutes later, following Yoruichi to the hot spring, He found himself several miles away from Soul Society in a mountain cave, and Yoruichi said, "So what's so important that you would want me here, Saifan?" Saifan sighed and stepped aside to allow him to see Naruto, and his eyes widened and he said, "Oh," quietly. Chapter 10, Saifan said, "OOH. That's all you can say when you see your grandson in this condition." "I mean, Shigi just sounds like that. I thought he only said to bring Yoruichi." As he looked at Tenten, Tenten looked confused and said, "I did it." Saifan looked towards Soul Society and said, "Shit, there's a small group heading this way and we can't let them see Naruto like this," Yoruichi said. "I think it's too late for that. I recognize the Retsu of some of them, and besides, I asked them to come." Saifan turned to his former teacher in surprise and asked, "Why?" While trying to control his anger, Yoruichi said, "You're too young to know what's going on, so sit back and watch. None of you three meant to find out about this, but it's too late now. Everything will be explained when she's caught, and I promise you that we will do everything we can for Naruto." Saifan looked at Yoruichi before walking over to Naruto, who was groaning again in a pool of blood. A few moments later a group of people arrived and Yoruichi shouted, "We're here." As the group approached, Tenten, Iam, and Saifan saw Kushina, Minato, Kisuke, Orihime, Ichigo, Hiyori, Byakuya Kichiki, Emi, Isis, Ishida, Nimue, and Kenpachi arrive. Saifan asked, "What's going on here? Why are there three captains?" "It's Yoruichi." Kushina approached Naruto and said, "It's getting worse. I guess I wasn't strong enough to hold back." Tenten looked at her and Hiyori said, "It started after she encountered that new hollow in Hueco Mundo. At first she only had a few in her arms, but now it's in more than half of her body. It won't be long before the change starts too." Ichigo sighed and said, "Kushina dear, you and Orihime do what you can to help him. Minato, Byakuya, Hiyori, each of you prepare for this. I already explained what is most likely to happen. If he goes through 2 cycles with each of us, I trust that Ishida and Isis will neutralize his moves to allow Kenpachi to finish him off." Kenpachi said, "I don't like this Ichigo. I don't find him honorable." Hiyori said, 71 minutes. That's the longest it's ever taken Kenpachi, and that was Ichigo. If he goes past the 80 minutes we're giving him, he'll be lost. That's the risk you take when you force a living spirit to become a Shinigami instead of seeking it out through meditation. Saifan stood in front of Naruto and said, "Wait, no one will go near him until you tell us what's going on." Kushina sighed and said, "Ever since Naruto came back from Hueco Mundo, when he sleeps his changing bloodline does this to him because he is fighting against himself in his mind, or rather he is fighting against the person who was created by that hollow in Hueco Mundo." Yoruichi looked at Tenten, Iam, and Saifan and said, "The curse of the shape-shifting ability is that it reflects your emotional state. I'm sure you both remember Tenten and Iam when they first came to Soul Society, how the scars she hid suddenly disappeared. I knew what it was, but I never said anything because it's mine and her secret to have. It's because it felt pure." Anyway, when Kushina said something happened to him mentally back in Hueco Mundo, and based on what Hiyori said, it all started from that new hollow. Ever since then, when he sleeps, he is constantly forced to relive his past. Kushina here has a special ability with her Zanpakuto that allows her to enter people's minds and interact with memories. When this first happened, she came to me for advice and I told her about our ability. She then went into his mind and tried to help, and it seemed to be working, but she can only do so much at once, so whenever he got sent to the 4th squad she was trying to make things better, but it's obvious something has happened. Recently it happened that he gave the other thing a power boost to fight him, and it seems like he's losing a lot. As more and more of his body is covered in those wounds, you see that the other thing is gaining more power over his body. If it gains full control of his mind, then the Naruto we know will be gone." I am asked, "Is that why you're preparing to kill him?" Hiyori said, "No, that's only part of the problem. The other half is what's wrong with your fingers." Drawing everyone's attention, Tenten asked, "What is that?" When she saw white clay on her fingers, Hiyori said, "If you don't know this already, I'll try to explain it to the best of my ability. Shinigami and hollows both come from one soul, and the soul can become either. However, it has been theorized that there is a natural stopper that keeps Shinigami from becoming hollows and hollows from becoming Shinigami. Due to an accident several hundred years ago, 8 Shinigami were turned into what are known as Wizard or Holified Shinigami. I am the last surviving of the original 8. I was killed, so we fled Soul Society to the human world, where we banded together against Aizen in the end and lost our lives, and I became a hollow. The accident was caused by an invention of Kisuke's here. Anyway, besides that invention that was destroyed, which caused the birth of what you call chakra, there are 2 other ways to turn a soul into a wizard. The first is to do a soul burial in the middle of a soul being consumed by a hollow at the exact moment the true change is happening. It has only happened once, and the soul it happened to was destroyed immediately because their mind was completely destroyed and they were a mindless beast. The other time was when a living soul was forced to become a Shinigami by destroying their soul chain while the body is still alive. Ichigo, being that person who became a wizard, is the only other known wizard so far. The spirit that creates his Zanpakuto due to the emotional strain on Naruto's soul is changing from a Shinigami to a hollow. Nothing can stop that, and Naruto will have to face it in a battle in its mind. As that happens, his body will fight on instinct, so we'll trap him inside a barrier and take turns fighting him in 10-minute intervals. Each of us has fought a wizard before, so we know what to expect. He gestured to the 4 who were preparing to fight him. Kisuke stepped forward and said, "In other words, Naruto is not only fighting the thing that is destroying his body as we speak, but he is also preparing to start being attacked by his own Zanpakuto inside of him. If the other thing wins and Naruto is destroyed, it will be the thing fighting the Zanpakuto, and whoever wins will become an espada or a wizard. If Naruto can't win within 80 minutes of the time the Zanpakuto begins its attack, then we will have to kill him because the Naruto we all know will be gone." Kushina sighed and said, "I think I'm ready," Tenten said. "Ready for what?" Trying to get all the information in her head about what's going on, Kushina said, "I'm going to enter his mind and try to fight the thing that's taking over him so I have a chance to fight his Zanpakuto." Ayam frowned and said, "But you said you couldn't do much on your own," Kushina said. "You're right. I can only go so far before I have to back down due to the emotional pain it causes me. You have to understand that I saw my son beaten, starved, abused, and other things." Sayafon frowned and said, "What are Nimue and Emi doing here? I'm assuming Oriheim is here to make the shield, and I imagine Kisuke will use Kido along with Yoruichi to tie Naruto up when he attacks to buy you more time. Ishida and Isis will also delay him," Kushina said. "Thea is going with me. Hopefully the 3 of us can stop whatever it is," Sayafon said. "Wait, others can enter with you." As he turned to Kushina, Kushina frowned and said, "Yes, Sayafon, and I know you care about my son like the other 2 girls here, but you have to understand. It's not a walk in the park. You are going to interact with the memories in some way, and if you die in there, you will die. It's not pretty. In fact, I honestly don't know how he's even alive from what little I've seen, or at least sane. That's why Yoruichi and I decided that we would keep this a secret from you, because we thought that each of you have feelings for him and would want to help, and the only way to help is in your mind, and if you change towards him it could cause a relapse. That's why we wanted to keep you 3 from finding out," Sayafon said. "I'm leaving. I'm the captain and I've seen part of your life, so I know it's bad. I can handle it. I'm not leaving your side." His voice was filled with conviction. Kushina sighed and said, "All right, we need to hurry, he's losing fast. All you have to do is sit around my Zanpakuto and channel your Retsu into it. My healing spirits will take care of carrying our souls inside, but you have to understand. It's not without risk, and while time runs differently in the mind, if Naruto is killed with us inside, we will die as well." Sayafon nods and Kushina stabs her Zanpakuto into the ground and sits directly in front of Naruto. Nimue and Emi sat in a triangle formation and Sayafon sat in a diamond formation, and she began to channel her Retsu into the Zanpakuto. At that moment, Ayam and Tenten sat one to Sayafon's right and one to Sayafon's left. They also began to channel Retsu. Kushina looked at the 3 and said, "Are you sure?" Tenten said. "He saved my life. I'm going to return the favor," Ayam said. "I felt helpless when he got lost in Hyukomundo. I have a chance to help him now, so I won't be left behind this time. Besides, he won't leave our first date dead." Tenten looked at Ayam and said, "Oh sure, rub that in our faces." With a smile, Kushina sighed and said, They're definitely your daughters Emmy and Isis. Well, come on. Save my soul, Dreamcatcher. The Zanpakuto changed color from blue to red and Kushina said, Soul Drive. At that moment, 4 balls of light shot out from his Zanpakuto and formed a square around the 6 women before they disappeared as the light shot towards Naruto, who was still on the ground. While this was happening, Minato closed his eyes to say a silent prayer and said, Until when? Ichigo said. We'll wait until March 4th of her body is covered or the hollow starts to spread. That's all we can do now. Oriheim, please prepare to put up that shield like you were taught. Oriheim nods and sits down and thinks. Please take care, my son, and bring your son to us. Inside Naruto appeared the 6th woman, and Kushina blinked as she looked around and said, It's changed. Last time I was here there was only 1 tunnel. When she looked around and saw that they had arrived at what looked like a hub of some sort in a sewer where there were 10 tunnels, Emmy said. We should split up and do what we can since we don't have much time, Tenten asked. What exactly do we do? I mean, how do we help a memory? Kushina said. Face it and help the Naruto in the memory in any way you can. I usually comfort him or kill whoever hurts him. It won't destroy the memory, but it will make the memory lose its power to hurt him. This is mostly emotional support to show him that he's not facing all the pain alone. This is how I've been able to describe it over the years. I've helped others. Just be careful, like I said, these may only be memories, but they can hurt or kill you. Everyone nods, and Kushina looks at each tunnel before taking one. Emmy and Nimi each take one. Tenten looks at Im and Saifan and says, For Naruto. As she holds out her hand, Im smiled and said, For Naruto. Saifan placed his hand on the other 2 women and said, Hi, a voice said. Well, this is interesting. Attracting the attention of the 3 women, there was a shadow with part of its face covered like a hole and Saifan asked, Who are you? The shadow said. I am Arachner Kage. The Zanpakuto boys. Why have you come to this shadow? Saifan said. We have come to save Naruto, Kage said. Save him from what? Save him from the shadows or let the light destroy him. Whichever is chosen is far beyond me, Tenten said. We wish to stop the thing that is attacking him, Kage smiled and said. Ah, you want to face that, huh? Interesting, you would be willing to face the darkness of his soul to do so. Will you become his light or let his flames burn out? As he looked at the 3 girls, Im asked. Why are you talking with complicated questions? Kage said. I am nothing more than a shadow in this body. No matter who is in charge, I always will be. Light cannot survive without darkness, but darkness can always survive without light. The boy you all came to find is nothing more than a candle flickering in the wind surrounded by darkness. Eventually, the darkness will consume him. What do you hope to do by coming here? You must realize that the darkness will survive, Saifan said. Darkness can survive, but it will eventually be consumed by fear. Kage frowned, looked at her and said, True. Very true. The boy I can control, but the other I am not sure about. It has separated me from the boy and made me weak. I would rather be a master in the darkness than a servant. I will take you to where the boy is, but then you must unite me with the boy. Return my power to me by letting me consume the darkness, returning the light. Do you agree? Chapter 11, Saifan said. Yes, Kage said. Very well, follow me. As he started walking down one of the tunnels, Tenten and Im started to follow Saifan. Soon they came to a wall and Kage said, This is it, through this wall is the darkness where the light is burning away. I have kept my end of the promise, now it is your turn. And faded away and turned into a Zanpakuto-sheathed Naruto. Im caught up with him and said, What should we do? Saifan said. Well, we need to find a way to get past this wall, so... As he held out his arm and lightning began to form around his arm up to his shoulder, and he rushed forward and punched out with his fist. The wall and a set of lightning about 10 feet wide appeared. Tenten said, Whoa! As she looked at the damage, Saifan waited until the wall stopped cracking and said, Come and stay close. He walked toward the next room, which was completely covered in darkness. He paused a few steps away and said, Stay close. I can't even see anything. Tenten followed a moment later, and as Im entered, a small glow came from the Zanpakuto she was holding and it pulsed slowly as the room began to light up. As the light consumed all the shadow in the room, Sayafun frowned and said, Let me see that Zanpakuto. Looks like it's going to have to be our lantern. We'll have to take it slow and be careful. Nods and hands the Zanpakuto to Sayafun and gasped and said, Look, while pointing to the side of the room. There in the room was a small baby with whisker marks on its face sitting in a portable crib, and the girls watched as a woman walked in and said, You damn demon, why don't you just die already? As she opened a cabinet and pushed the crib into the cabinet before closing it, and started to lock it when Tenten pulled her head off her shoulder, who was seething with rage. And Sayafun looked at her in shock, and Tenten said, So it's true. I didn't want to believe it when Yoruichi tricked Naruto into saying that the broom closet was where the orphanage put him as a baby. She reached for the lock that was ready to be locked and removed it, and opened the door, and pulled the crib back and looked at the sleeping baby, and then the room including the walls faded away and became a white square next to the door. Said, This must have been one of your earliest memories then. As she walked to the door and reached for the handle, Sayafun said, Are you both ready for this? What I saw was worse then, so are you sure you can continue, because I don't think we can leave after this point. The fact is already being fixed by the light, said. Yeah, I've made my choice, so let's go, it's a waste of time. As she reached for the handle, Tenten said, You're coming, Sayafun. As she headed towards the door opened, Sayafun smiled as he entered the next room first. Outside of Naruto, the clay around his fingers slowly began to cover some of the scars he was bleeding from. Hiyori said, It's just starting. I say it's only a few moments until we have to fight. Whose is first? Ichigo sighed and said. I will, Minato said. No, I will, he's my son, and besides, I think we should go from weakest to strongest. No offense, but you told me he'll get stronger as time goes on, and I'm probably the weakest compared to you three, with caption Kuchiki and Hori almost evenly matched. Kuchiki looked at Minato, who said, Hey, don't look at me like that. Ichigo the strongest of the four, and I don't know how strong Hiyori is, but since she's a wizard, the odds of her being stronger than you if only a little, Ichigo said. I have to agree, if Hiyori goes before you, then when you change, he'll expect you to become hollow too, and when you don't, he'll attack you harder. After receiving a nod, everyone looked to Naruto as Yoruichi and Kasuke sat in a triangle around Naruto, with Oriheim's position being the end point, and Oriheim closed her eyes to say a small prayer as her braids shot out and formed a triangle around Naruto, and both Kasuke and Yoruichi began to chant binding spells. A stone pillar fell from the sky as Naruto's arms were tied behind him. Spikes fell through the pillar and into Naruto, as well as chains that sprouted from the ground. A second stone pillar fell onto Naruto's shoulders, where the first one had been on his lower back. Inside Naruto, Ayam was sniffing as she pulled her fist out of the skull of a man who had attacked a 2-year-old Naruto with a butter knife. Sayafun looked at the 10 men he had chopped to death and said, I'm starting to think it would be best if we allowed the hollows to eat the souls of the people of Konoha, Tenten said. I agree. As she kicked off the man she just crushed, Ayam asked, How far have we come? Tenten said. We've completely toured the outside of Konoha now, since we were able to see where we had been when we were at the Hokage monument after that guy tried to throw it off the mountain. I saw at our current pace probably another 100 rooms at least, if Naruto is in the center like we thought, Sayafun said. Well, let's go then. In another part of Naruto's mind, Kushina sighed as she reached another dead end that went to her third tunnel and turned around and saw Nimue and Emi coming down the tunnel, and Kushina said, Whatever. I've reached 3 different dead ends, Emi said. Same for me and Nimue here, but the thing is we both marked our tunnels as dead ends at the entrance like you've been doing, so there's only one left. But if so, why haven't we encountered the other 3? Kushina said. You think they all went down the same tunnel, Emi said. Possible, but why? Nimue said. I think we should check it out. Kushina nods and the 3 women begin to return towards the central axis. Outside Naruto at this moment, Naruto was roaring as power drained out of him as he tried to blow the stones off of him. When Kushina, Nimue, and Emi reached the end of the tunnel, Kushina said, What the hell is going on here? We checked all the tunnels, but they all came to a dead end. Nimue narrowed her eyes and said, Or the tunnels were never dead ends, but were blocked to keep us out. Kushina frowned and said, Do you think the girls have figured that out already, and what? They went through the walls and rebuilt them. As she looked at the wall trying to find something that said they had gone through here, Emmy said, "Well, if that's the case, then let's see what's behind this wall." As she began to form spiritual energy, and a stick of TNT appeared. She smiled as she formed a match and lit it before throwing it at the wall and running down the tunnel after Kushina and Nimue, who said, "You're crazy." Outside, Naruto was inside a golden shield and Minato was running around like a chicken because he had cuts on both of his arms from Naruto, who had taken Minato's sword and literally beaten him with it. Just then, an explosion rocked Naruto's arm and everyone blinked and Isis said, "I swear, that has to be Emi's doing. Somehow I know that wound was caused by her." Back inside Naruto, Kushina was coughing from the dust. She snapped and said, "Damn Emi, you crazy bitch." As she walked back down the tunnel towards where the explosion was, when they reached the end of the tunnel they saw a white light and Kushina said, "Then we should," Nimue said. "Yes." As she jumped, Emi saw the walls closing in and said without looking, "Last one to buy dinner." Kushina, who was on the other side, started sweating as she looked at Nimue and said, "Thanks for dinner, Emi." Emi's sweat dropped and said, "Why me?" As she jumped, Tenten was panting as she held her arm and said, "How did Naruto survive this on his own? I mean, it was almost 60 people attacking him on his 7th birthday, and that was good." Iam, who was leaning against the wall, could only nod and said, "That should be about halfway there." "I think," Sayafun, who was on his knees, said, "We can't stop now. Time is running out." Outside Naruto, Hiyori, who was in her wizard mask, was beating Naruto with fast and powerful kicks when a commanding voice said, "What's going on here?" causing everyone to shudder as they knew who that voice belonged to. Kisuke turned around to see Yamamoto standing there with the captains of the other squads and said, "Hello, Yamamoto-san, how are things in the 46th? Yamamoto looked at Kisuke and said, "What is a hollow doing here in Soul Society, and why is that girl fighting?" Yoruichi said. "Time." Ichigo stretched out and ran his hand over his face, activating his hollow mask, and said, "Minato, can you go again?" Minato said, "No, my wounds are still many." Ichigo nods and says, "Change my time to 15 minutes then. Open up Orihime." A door opened and Ichigo walked in and stood in front of Hiyori and kicked Naruto. Hiyori ran out the quickly closing door and took off her mask and said, "Watch him, Ichigo. He should be able to use Zero soon if his strength is any indication." Ichigo nods as he attacks Naruto. As she fell to her knees, Yamamoto slammed his staff against the ground, attracting everyone except Naruto, Ichigo, and Orihime, and said, "Now tell me what's going on here and where Naruto and Sayafun are." "I see the other captains are now present," Yoruichi said. "Can you give us 40 more minutes, sir, before you explain? If this isn't over by then, we'll explain everything and kill the hollow. We just need that much time." Yamamoto frowned and said, "And why should I allow this to continue? Why shouldn't I arrest them all and have them kill the hollow?" Kisuke sighed and said, "Do you think this is training?" With a smile, everyone was sweating and Byakuya stepped forward and said, "If I may, sir." Yamamoto nods and Byakuya said, "Due to several factors, I am willing to explain further. This transformation is necessary to save the life of one of our own. If the process is not done by the end of an 80-minute period, we are almost halfway there, then we will have no choice but to consider it a lost cause and kill the hollow," Yamamoto said. "What process is this and who did you talk about?" Kisuke said. "The process is when living souls are forced to become Shinigami instead of through meditation. It was a side effect of Q.Bi being released from Naruto when he first came here, sir. Before this, sir, he was mentally stable enough to not have to go through this, but something happened between him and the new Hollow Lord. It affected his mind and body thanks to his bloodline starting to attack him when he sleeps. Kushina, Sayafun, Iam, Nimue, Emi, and Tenten have entered Naruto's mind to try and fight off whatever allowed the hollow to influence his mind to attack his body, but it also seems like because of the choice in his soul he will either become a wizard like Ichigo and Hiyori or will end up having to kill him, sir." Yamamoto frowned as he looked at Naruto, who looked like a two-tailed fox fighting Ichigo, and looked at the other captains and said, "What's the risk other than Naruto's death?" Yoruichi said. "If Naruto dies before the others can escape, they'll die too. It's basically an all-or-nothing deal," Yamamoto said. "Very well, captains, seal this room off from the rest of Soul Society. If this isn't over after the time limit expires, we will all take care of this threat. I'm clear about that. Each of the captains frowned but nodded as they began to seal the room. Inside Naruto, Tenten, Ayam and Saifan were on the ground tired as they stood in front of 6 Jounins and 10 Chunin, and Tenten said, "This sucks. When I get back to Konoha, I'm killing everyone. I don't care if they're good people in there or not. They're all going to die and then you'll get them sorted out." As she slowly got up and ran towards the group of ninjas with her Zanpakuto in her arm, Ayam aimed her bow and fired a shot that hit one in the knee as Tenten took advantage of the surprise attack and slashed at the man's head. Saifan grabbed a kunai from the last man he killed and moved forward with his Zanpakuto in one hand and a kunai in the other. At that moment, a shout of, "Hit the deck, girls!" caught their attention, and acting on instinct, they did exactly as they were told, recognizing the voice. Suddenly, rapid explosions were heard, and all the men fell to the ground, dead, with small holes in their heads. The girls turned around and saw Emi, Nimue and Kushina standing there, and Emi put something to her mouth and blew on the end where smoke was coming out, and Tenten asked, "What was that?" Emi smiled and, "That my daughter is an Uzi. The only limitation to our ability to summon weapons, my dear, is that you have to know everything about weapons. You've never seen firearms, so you don't know their uses, but I must say that we 3 have done a great job. When we checked last time, it looked like it had maybe 5 other rooms and we should be in the center of the village or the Hokage Tower." Kushina approached them and said as she began to heal the girls, "Good work, girls, but why don't you take a little break and let us take the rest of the way?" Saifan said. "Good idea, we're all running on fumes anyway." Kushina walks to the door and opens the door and says, "That's weird, where are you in his memories, girls?" Ayam said. "The night he graduated from the academy after Mizuki cheated on him." "Why?" Kushina said. "Have the doors closed before?" Saifan said. "No," Nimue said. "Emi, we have something for your experience." Emi smiled and a small object appeared in her hand and she placed it on the door and stepped back as she formed another object and took out the antenna and said, "This will open any door." "Stand back," Tenten asked. "What's that, Mom?" Emi held up the little black thing with an antenna and said, "My favorite toy, C4. As she pressed a button and the door literally exploded. Outside, Naruto, who was fighting Byakuya, stopped as his body flew outward, sending pieces of the hollow body flying, and Naruto fell to his knees in pain. Yamamoto asked, "What happened?"
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.